Okay, so we're going to load up where we left off with Treacle's Peoples, where we've been making really good progress. We did our first proper, like, space landing, which has been way overdue. Our ship got some massive upgrades. We now have the maximum jump distance we will get the entire game so far as our engines go. I do need to find a place to make room for another fuel tank. But we are basically just shy of maxed out on our ship size, so we hit in our grav core area. To that end, we do have 2 grav core areas we know where are. Both of them are space, which we can now do. So we do have both of these available. I'm actually gonna check. Gotcha. Yeah, so I literally do need a larger fuel tank if I'm going... Well, another fuel tank if I'm going to jump that distance. I have 5 more tiles to work with. Have you heard of EverQuest Legends? I saw that. I didn't grow up with, like... EverQuest is around, but I was more into the Ultima Online thing. I did see that EverQuest Legends is a thing. And that, again, it's, like, also seeing a lot of popularity. I don't really know much about it beyond its existence. You know, I assume it's the EverQuest universe. So I got 5 tiles, and this is 9. I'm trying to see... So this tile can go. That tile can go. These tiles, unfortunately, can't. Well, technically, one of them can. I'm gonna see if I can't finagle the ship a little bit to... Honestly, if I got rid of part of this hallway, we could do stuff, but... That's the whole thing. Can it go where the butcher table is? Yeah, no, I can find room, but it is a problem of... We're on a tile limit. I'll need some combination to get there. So I could take those corners out. That's good. Looking for any more squared off corners. That corner stays. I'm not willing to give that up because otherwise sometimes I could attack through an angle. These corners, I can eliminate one of these 2 corners, which would probably be this one. But I do need a continuous connection the whole way around. What I could do is I could go and shift these engines forward to make room for the fuel thing back here. Shift this forward. So let's reinstall you over here. From at a glance, it seemed like RuneScape in an MMO aspect, but you're probably oversimplifying it. Well, EverQuest back in the day was an MMORPG. Alright, so let's go here, remove foundation on that corner. Yeah, so I think this will work, where I could shift this all forward. It's going to be a little annoying because I have to tear apart the AC and a bunch of other stuff. But with a little finagling, I could probably fit, if not another large fuel container, a couple of smalls. You don't tell me how much you're willing to carry. Because I could fit a couple of small ones in there. Could the people have the barracks? Could people have barracks for work? Yeah, I mean, I could move them over. The problem is they're trying to maintain the moods. Right now we're going to sit here and move this. And see if I can't get away with this. If I end up being short on space, we can do that. Yeah, I didn't... Like, I know a lot of people who played EverQuest, and they definitely all had good things to say about it. It definitely felt like it was kind of the same vein as Ultima Online. It's just, you know, two different games, like, in that same general right. Do not build a roof here. Don't build a roof there. So I've got 4 tiles to work with. Oh, because you probably have to deconstruct a bunch of this. Floors, remove foundation. Oh, I do need it for that corner, that's fine. Technically, this gap here is unneeded as well. Let's go here, go orders. I'll deconstruct this line. And then we'll shift this all forward. I'm going to need to move you here. And deconstruct you and deconstruct you. Is that a geothermal generator connected to the ship? Yes. I do have internal power on the ship, but it's not enough to run everything. We're working on that. So I do need to supplement it with a geothermal. Yeah, if you actually look at my power grid, most of the time, I actually don't have wire off of here yet. Most of the time I will keep a connection pointing off of each of the different sides of the ship, just about everywhere. And that's the entire idea, is I can park. I've already got a cable run through the ship. I land, and if I can park right next to it, great. If not, I can then run the cable just however long from that side of the ship over. But yeah, we're going to move all this up, and then the engines are going to move up at least 2 tiles. Yeah, that'll be fine, because we can move the engines up 2 tiles. We can move the psychic emanator. Half my people are psychically deaf anyway, so it's not really doing much for me. That would free up enough room that I could potentially put one of the large tanks here. We then move that shelf, and you got a little squiggle path to go through there. Yep, the update is tomorrow. We actually spent the, honestly, a good, like, I'd say the bulk of the start of the stream was at least loosely on topic with it. Part of it was also, you know, cautioning people about the situation with mods right now in PZ. You know, also including considerations of, you mean there is an update, now for tomorrow? Situation with mods? Oh, there's, with the generative AI nonsense going on, we're seeing a lot of mods coming out that are generative AI produced, which, you know, ignoring the morals and all that behind, Project Zomboid specifically, for example, has been having problems with, like, people who don't know what they're doing using generative AI and then producing extremely high polygon models. So you get, like, a coffee cup with over 2,000 polygons on it, which means if you load that model, your game's going to run like garbage. And then on top of that, not only Project Zomboid, just modding at large. Both these problems are modding at large, not specific to either game. We're seeing a lot more malware being put in mods and then put on the stores and all that. You know, stuff like you get the mod and it's actually got, you know, a crypto miner or, you know, put you in a bot network or whatever its, you know, intended purposes. But we're seeing a lot of that stuff happening now. Actually, I have 15 tiles left. Okay. That should give me plenty of space. Only had bug fixes too? Yeah, I mean, bug fixes... Like, bug fix updates, I'm not going to typically play a game over a bug fix update. Like, they're important, but for people wanting to see, like, new content, all that kind of stuff, you're not going to get anything from a bug fix update. That really should be moved to the right. For right now, though, we're going to go ahead and put a steel door here so I can get back into this area from inside. Actually, take that back. Don't do that. I've got this little wall here. When we adjust things, I can put a door in between there. The wall in between the engines, that's just because it already exists, and rearranging everything here, I'm probably not going to do. Like, we're going to be rearranging a lot. That's actually going to work out well for me here, because I didn't think about it. I could put a door at this spot to give me access to this area. Should anything drop in here that needs to be removed, whatever. Let's reinstall the engines over here. Okay, so building. Put roof over this area now. Dusty Vagabonds. I really regret getting the Guilty back. Do you have an extra large engine? I mean, we've got the engine sizes we're going to have. So now, I'm going to peel these walls away. And all that. Was saying, yeah, no, I gotcha. But yeah. No, we're having the, but you mentioned there was an update for Project Zomboid's update tomorrow? Oh, Build 42 checklist. Okay, I'm gonna take 2 looks. Tomorrow the 29th will be Build 42 going stable. That just has your guide for if you want to stay on Build 41. Streamers and YouTubers. Streamers and YouTubers have given slightly early access to the map overhaul Build 42.2 and are being allowed to post the broadcast their content at 10, whatever. I actually don't have access to that. I'm willing to bet if I asked I could get there and I could just go on to the... I'm willing to bet it's where we have our playtest section and all that. I haven't been on there. And I could have gone on there for a bunch of that stuff. But I chose not to since I haven't been actually playtesting in a while. And so it felt disingenuous to jump on there. Let's see. Yeah, so it says they'll have access to it at noon on Wednesday. Okay, so it's only a few hours ahead of launch. So by the time I stream, it'll already be out for everyone, so it doesn't matter to me. So with Build 42, for those not already owning Project Zomboid, the price of the game will be going up. So just as a... am I still here? Please tell me we didn't get disconnected. I still show as connected. Everything on my end looks good. Could I have anyone verify? Okay, cool. Like, I'm paranoid about that. All that good stuff. So bear with me for just 1 second. Just kind of going once over. We have new localization for some more languages. Chinese simplified, Chinese traditional. There's a bunch of languages here. And then they've got, like, their videos and the, reviews and all that stuff. Okay, so the big new thing here to keep in mind, the only new information we have compared to the last post is just that the price of Project Zomboid will be going up after this goes stable. So just be aware if you're someone who has been like, alright, maybe I'll get Project Zomboid at some point. Just be aware that base price is changing. I do want a door there as well. That should be probably one of these doors. Okay, and with that, I've got plenty of room to chuck you down there. And grab you. Oh, actually, what stone do I have available here? Limestone. What'd I put you down? Marble. Don't have that. Let's go shelves. And reinstall you 1 tile to the right. Yeah, no, I responded to it. Or reacted to it. I guess is more technically accurate. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Even though I don't need to run a cable here. Okay, so that should boost our range. So it took some finagling, but those aren't blocked. We've got the AC here. We do now still have access to this back area. No, Project Zomboid. They're doing Build 42.2 is going stable tomorrow. And they have been like, hey, just as a heads up, the price will be going up with this. Alright, so now we can carry 1,500 chem fuel. Rare catch, a Masterwork t-shirt. Yeah, and we don't know by how much. It could be $5, could be $10. You know, they didn't list the price because that wouldn't make sense. It is a game that is sold in a lot of places. If they did be like, here's how much the price is going up, you'd just go to like the next country over and be like, well, you said the price is going up by $5 and that's more. Yeah, calm down. So we'll say find marble floors, even though I don't have it. Work on that. Okay. So with that, I've got 3 tiles to spare. Which actually, if we get a telescope, I could put 2 tiles out here and put the telescope there. We're going to a different website for the code. So the one I will say is, as long as you're talking a legitimate, not a gray key website. Generally, gray key websites are really, really, really bad for the developers. Could you change the small ones to the big ones? No, you're only allowed to have 6 big engines and 4 small ones. So this is literally the max I can have. You'll need 3 more tiles. I have 3 here. What? I don't understand. Yeah, so I could put a telescope here. I'd need 2 tiles there. But why would I... I can have 3 more tiles. I don't need 3 more tiles. Why would I need 3? I can have 2 here. There's that tile, the dead tile, and then the telescope. And then you can use the telescope from this tile. I don't have a telescope now, so it doesn't matter. So it should just be the 2. It doesn't matter either way, whether it's 2 or 3. The pawns need to get by the telescope? Why? If we look at the telescope, I can go here. The telescope can be this here. That's your fun time telescope. And then this is the action spot. No, you can go around that. That's fine. You only need 2. The action spot doesn't block passage. Just like this doesn't block passage here. In case something drops to the open area, yeah, you can walk by it. You can walk through. You can walk on this tile, and actually, you can walk through the telescope too. Just for the record, you just slow down. But yeah, this green spot is that spot. It doesn't actually occupy a space. It's just you can't put something there because the person needs to stand there. I'm pretty sure you can walk through a telescope. You can walk over most furniture in the game. Even these things, I believe you can walk over. Like, if you look at our shelves here, they're solid the whole way through, and you can just walk right on it. You just take a movement penalty going onto the furniture. But when you're dealing with limited space, who really cares? Why not build the ground now? I mean, I can, but I don't own a telescope, and I might never own a telescope, so... It's just... I could do it, it just doesn't... It's not a priority or anything. Include that nearby. I haven't checked my safe zone in forever. Oh hey! We actually did make the pilot assist. That's surprising. The ship has changed so much since I last adjusted all this. Indoors needs to be adjusted. Let's look at all these zones fixed. Alright. So, we got a bunch of... I shouldn't say a bunch. We have bionic parts. So pilot assist. Who is our highest... You're 20. So Moriarty, health, operations, add, install pilot assist. The only thing you found a pawn can't walk over through walls is geothermal generator. There's a couple. There are not many. Very few that the player can make. Okay, so you are my best doctor. You're already on it. That's perfect. And actually, operations, add good medicine. Okay. What are those white structures all in a row? Are those engines? These are all my engines. And paste dispensers, center tiles? Yeah, there's a handful. It's not many, but there's a couple that you can't walk over. But broadly speaking, most things you can just go over. And we now have a pilot assist. You just aged up. Okay, both of them just aged up, and they're doing well. Quick Sleep, Trigger Happy, Jogger, Hard Worker are definitely solid. Yeah, you can't walk over thrusters as well. How old are you? You are 20. Yeah, I mean, I'm down to use like the dispenser. I usually don't typically do it. How does having thrusters inside not cause an issue? If you look at the thrusters, this box here, you can't obstruct. As long as this area isn't obstructed, your engines work. That's the reason it's all hollow back here. Keep in mind, this is space travel. We could go into the assumption that this is just like a thin wall behind it and that the engine's vector and all sorts of stuff, if you want to put a realism spin on it. But video game logic, at some distance away, having a wall behind it wouldn't be significant to offset the amount of thrust. What about that corner at the end? The corner at the end, you're gonna have to be way more specific. Because I can't see where your eyes are looking, so the end of what? The last thruster on the bottom. Oh yeah, so this tile isn't actually occupied. This is cosmetic. If we actually go and look at the thing, that's a wall, and that's a wall, and there's nothing here or here. Like, honestly, these corners are, like, only got added in the last DLC, but they're purely aesthetic. It's actually one of the negatives that you run into. Let's see if I have a good example. Yeah, so technically, enemies are not supposed to be allowed to hit from here to there. Sometimes they will. More importantly, fire is not supposed to be able to move from here to there, but sometimes fire will jump through corners. It's a thing they really do need to address. If they're gonna make it look solid, it needs to behave like it is solid. Yeah, no, it's just that, like, angled corners is brand new to Odyssey and only works on the grav ship. Oh, also start killing everything on the map. We got a raid. They're coming from multiple angles. We can attack them preemptively. Yeah, no, there was a killbot exploit where you could hit around corners. Okay, so they've got a little bit of long range. That's not my favorite. You've got a lot of really long range. That's actually pretty awful. Okay. So this group down here we could definitely abuse and take care of. Their only long-range weapons is that bolt action, and these are long-ish. Hey Tim, how's it going? Meanwhile, you with that triple rocket launcher, we can probably bait that out with Giga. Giga runs fast enough that they should be able to just zip on by. Or it's time to leave. Yeah. It probably is time to leave. I was really kind of hoping to cash in the, Well, I mean, I guess I have lots of cotton. I was hoping to cash in a bunch of food. But this is one of those ones where I'm looking at this raid going, we could definitely win the fight, but without casualties is pretty unlikely. I just don't have a really strong defensive position to make from it, nor do I have much in the way of tools to throw at this. Like, I think I have a pulsar or something in here. Oh, thank you, Tim, for the Gigantify. I do appreciate it. Let me also get a shout out for Tim the Sorcerer. I was just like, how long that's been delayed now. It's like, what happened? For those that don't know, Tim the Sorcerer, absolutely fantastic. Also plays a ton of RimWorld, but has been playing a lot of Satisfactory recently. So if you enjoy those, you can go ahead and get there. You must be good at poker. Okay. Hope the run goes well. Yeah, so we have the Animal Pulsar. Yeah, it's a soother. Yes, the Animal Pulsar, I believe that'll berserk all the animals on the map. So you definitely win the fight doing that. Because that Mega Sloth would do the number. If nothing else, we could bait out the triple rocket. I probably shouldn't use it for that, but let's go ahead and have everyone go to the safe zone. And Moriarty, as soon as they get back in here. But then you have to deal with the animals. Yeah, that's not a problem. Most of the animals are going to die. I'm actually curious if the animals will ultimately win the fight or not. Is it also the pulsar use? Yeah, then I don't have the pulsar and I can't craft them. Let's see a triple rocket go off. Yeah, friendly fire yourselves. Oh yeah, get into melee on those. That'll go great for you. Okay, the first group is fleeing. Yeah, so the primary threat we got rid of. The thing they had is they had a triple rocket launcher and a lot of really good long range. This group only had, I think, 1 or 2 long range weapons. So as well as things, I was less fussed about them. Kind of hoping they'd trigger to attack after all that damage. Yeah, so this one's already knocked down 3 of them, and almost all of them are injured. Oh, well, that's gonna go great. I don't want your help on this one. You're gonna make it worse. Are you serious? I'm gonna lose reputation because the Manhunter Pack animals kill them when they showed up? That's stupid. Okay, so with that, we got most of that sorted. Let's go and try and mop up. Actually... Yeah, they're Empire, so they almost always die the moment they go down. I was gonna see if there's any of them I could rescue. But fortunately, all the ones that got downed are dead. Surprised you're not dead just standing in that toxic buildup, even with the helmet. That's fine. Okay. Gear. And orders. Allow. Why can't you recruit them? Why would I want to recruit them? You don't want to take every single pawn that shows up. Actually, I'd very strongly, specifically discourage that because you're going to get a lot of really terrible pawns. So, what we could probably do to help out here is let's go to miscellaneous. I don't know if they'll actually block it or not. We can take all the extra junk and then send it to the Empire and see if we can't recoup some of that. I was asking it because you said you couldn't? I don't recall saying I couldn't. Oh. Yeah, no, I don't have a prison bed, so I'd have to make one. We'll see what we actually managed to get back. Overall, that worked out fine. Like, I'm a little annoyed that we lost, like, 12 or so reputation with the Empire because they showed up, died to man-hunting animals. Because it seemed like the ones that fought here and died, we didn't get penalized for. Whereas the ones up here who got into fight with the various animals and got killed, because I guess it was my fault. But also, it's one of those ones like, man, I did that before you showed up. Oh, you're fleeing now? Okay. Oh, hey, you didn't die when you fell over. Go save this person. I mean, I made the animals go crazy, but then they decided to show up and help me against the animals I made go crazy. Which I do feel like is something that kind of falls on them. Alright, so we will get some reputation back for saving Road. Probably not enough to make up for the loss, but you know. Oh, you're a dirt mole, you're a waster. Is there anything I want from a waster? Not really. That's fine. Okay. Trace amounts of leather. One of the shuttle engines, because I got multiple. We got a bunch of slightly worn clothes. Take the one vac suit helmet that's a bit worn, and the worn flak suit. Okay, accept that for now. They're gonna keep carrying stuff back. You would have they just called first and let us know they were stopping by. Perhaps then you would not use the thing. Yeah, no, it is interesting that they don't have like some indicator, you know, from like the in-game lore that's like announcing that you're arriving kind of thing. Either way, like it doesn't actually bother me, but it's just one of those things of like, really, I'm going to be punished for this? Okay, game. You have something wrong with you there. Those burns were all self-inflicted, too. We've already gone through 800 of the 1,000 Vaxstone we brought back. And a lot of plasteel, too. Okay, you're almost done with all of that. Into working all this. Oh, I need to go to the bench and add advanced component. Do until you have 10. Put that right there. Party, that's fine. Alright. Road's already back to being able to walk. A lot of that's all going to go to waste out there. Okay, as long as someone's working on that. Oh, and Bean, it's time to get in the machine. Okay, you prioritize just butchering for a minute. Sure, but it is kind of a mechanical failure that could be implemented better. Yeah, I mean, the good news is at least it's a rare occurrence, but there are definitely a couple of things that you get punished for that you really shouldn't. There's mods to deal with it. Like the one that I got most annoyed with is we were fighting a siege right before a Noctil event, so I used an anti-grain to take down the siege. No problem. And then before the Noctil event went fully live, a trade caravan showed up. Or I think it wasn't a trade caravan, but like visitors. We had people show up. That's the important detail. And so the people passed through the fire left behind from the anti-grain. And then you just saw like the loss on reputation, loss on reputation, loss. I mean, it wasn't one, but it was like 6 reputation or 12 or whatever it was for harming, you know, harming a friendly or whatever. And it kept just ticking down. And it went from like 98 to minus 100 on one pawn who happened to walk into the fire. And every single time the fire ticked damage, it dropped me like 6 or 8 reputation. All the whole way down from allied to there. I'm like, I'm sorry. Because if I just walked up and unceremoniously executed the person, it actually would be far, far less severe of a penalty. And I think that's one of the only times I've death moded the game. I'm like, you know what? No. Like, this is some bull. Because one, they shouldn't have passed through the fire in the first place. Let alone should I have been punished for it. I was trying to process as many of these animals as possible. I know the meat's all gonna rot, but whatever. I still can trade away all the leather. Can you trade away the meat? I can, actually. If it is actually in one of my, stockpiles. What's the next milestone? We just need to grow the ship. Okay, so we got a little bit of leather that actually got into our storage. It'd be nice if you actually brought Nutrimine. That's all fine. Here are the worst set of pants you've got there. Alright, and honestly... chucked a bunch of meat over to them because it's all gonna rot. I kept a little bit. Okay. You can give meat to Empire? Yeah, I can do that. The problem is it's not in our storage. And I could do one of these real cheekily. Go zone, stockpile, do that. Let it sit for just a second. Okay, that should be enough to refresh it. I'll set to load, items. We want to keep some of the meat, so we'll keep that one stack of meat. And then grab a bunch of these leathers that we've picked up. Chuck some of the random pieces of worn out stuff. Not necessarily worn out, getting worn out stuff. Okay, we'll just launch that as soon as they're good there. And thank you to the very last Dean for the 30 stream streak. I do appreciate it. Okay, so we're slowly carrying one thing after the other into the drop pod. I could send that at the Empire to fix a reputation. To be fair, I'm going to send it at whoever will give me the most reputation, even though, like, the Empire's good. That's kind of the way I've been dealing with it. Whoever gives me the most reputation, that's where the pod goes. Keep as many allies as I can. Because most of the time, the person who's going to give me the most reputation is the one who has the most reputation available to fill in. I'm a pot. Oh. Alright. So 27, 28, 58, 59. 59 it is. Highest bidder. Almost enough to ally with them. Yeah, 5 more points and that makes them an ally with us as well. You don't have to wait to get more. There's still a bunch of like good stuff down here between the armor and all that, which is unfortunately... Just bring that back, please. The other armor less fussed about, but just some marine armor laying on the ground out there. It's like, come on, man. That's good stuff. I guess you should probably be one of those doors. Since you'll be running in and out of it a lot, I don't want that to slow you down. Okay. And I guess this shelf is going to change. Let's see. Copy. Paste. Paste. So those are all chem fuel shelves. That way, when we jump someplace, I have enough chem fuel to restock everything. That's going to be a while before any of that happens. Because we've hit that point where I've got a lot more things that need crafting than people to craft them. Alright, so you're getting ready to spoil. You are other person who can cook. I'm going to go ahead and intervene and tell you to butcher. That's a lot of material that I would like to prevent having just rot out here if we can help it. Can you craft? You are one of the people. You do have crafting on your list, but you're primarily a grower. It's one of those things that most of the kids I end up giving a wide range of passions, which does allow me to have them fill whatever need I have. Okay, so everything's butchered from the Manhunter packing everything. Surprisingly, this one deer made it. Oh, it's because you got beaten down by the barrel of the gun, not shot. So you got knocked out, not bled out. That makes sense. Alright, so with this, let's go in here. Plain leather, blue leather, all that. Did you grab any of their junk weapons and armor and all that? Bring it up. We've got our recon armor that's getting worn out. Okay, the Mega Sloth meat is getting ready to go dodgy. So tell them to chuck the Mega Sloth meat on there. So this shelf, I'm going to clear that. That's not what I wanted to do. I didn't unlink it first. I really wish there was an undo on that. I've done that more than once. Okay, well, crap. So allow all, not rotten, no corpses, no tainted, no bio-coded weapons. Raw resources. Don't allow wood in here. Don't allow stone blocks that aren't vaxstone. Don't allow hay, baby food. Now let's live with that for right now. And then we'll have to go through, and as we see stuff ending up on these shelves, we don't want to be here. What I wanted to do is go here and go unlink, clear, silver, critical. So that I have a shelf for money. Sure. So let's see here. So 10, 29. Okay, mechanoids arrive in 7 days, so we're just gonna grab what food we can and get out of here. Don't plant anything more. If you can harvest it, harvest it. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just gonna cook as many survival meals and all that before we go. We are planning on heading to one of the platforms. So we view the range. So I can get to this one, which is the mechanoid platform. Because I need another grav core, and that's where it's gonna have to come from. Load items. Just, it's always the thing, you see the pile of corpses and you're like, ah? Even if we don't end up using it, that's fine. You've got the money here. So we're grabbing everything we can, bringing it on board. There's still a bunch of random weapons. Okay, haul that back. Haul this back. Haul this back. Don't care about those. Haul you back. Haul you back. Don't care about that. Haul you back. Alright. Why do pawns keep dropping their weapons? Those ones mostly because I filled them with bullets. And they got beaten to death. So they didn't carry their weapons after they were corpses. But if your pawn gets knocked out in some manner or another, they'll often drop their weapon. There's sometimes, like, if you use anesthetic to knock them out, they won't drop their weapon. But a lot of times they will. Okay, so we're gonna load those up, so items. Chain shotgun, heavy SMG. Pair of Hellcats, those. We're not going to wear the hat, so get that out of here. That's a worn-out flak vest. That's a worn-out flak jacket. Starflight Basics we unlocked. Uranium Slug Turret is the next thing that came up on the list. We have the Masterwork shirt to add on there. Okay. Let's launch that. That's fine. Right. So 3, 7, 3. I will wait, because that's not worth doing for just that much. We're gonna get a bunch of stuff here. Set to load items. Potatoes. And grab the meat that's all about to go bad. And the berries. Because that'll get that out of here, so they take these packaged meals and they put them in there. We only got 6 days to get out of here. And then we will need enough time for us to change our clothes into our vac suits for going spaceborne. Big Bonds refused, so we take a mood penalty for that. -4 for 8 days. It's fine. Trying to see if we can't find a good place to put an art bench in here somewhere. But no luck so far. Yeah, so we're doing good in getting most of these different factions' reputations up. Now, with that, you don't have to worry about, like, we have enough hostile, like, permanently hostile. The Infantry will always come after us, the Yatkin will always come after us, the Wasters will always come after us, and we have 2 pirate gangs we added. And I like them because they give us a whole range of different xenotypes present. So it makes the fights more interesting, and then plus, we're doing this kind of nonsense with the biotech stuff. It does give me at least the option of potentially doing any of that. I missed what you gave me the last time. Oh, robust and hemogen drain. Well, no. That was the robust I wanted, but with hemogen drain included, hemogen drain is the one thing I want the least from the sanguiphage. That means I gotta deal with all that crap. And we'll just tell them to load wood. We're still loading. Are you? It's fine. We'll just tell them to chuck wood on there. The wood's not worth hardly anything. But it feels nice to send, like, a full load if possible. I'm also trying to make spare fuel. Alright. Launch. So you'll give me 13, 24... 13. Hey, Allison, thank you so much for the tier 3 sub, going way above and beyond with that. I really do appreciate it. It means a heck of a lot. And you've been subbed to the channel for 3 years now, which is a heck of a long time, so I appreciate that as well. I'm also going to go ahead and get this shout out for Allison Adventures. For those who don't know, Allison Adventures is another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of RimWorld, has played a lot of like Product Zomboids, been doing a bunch of Pal World with Sui recently, which is fantastic. Oh, I forgot to shout out Sui earlier. But check out Allison, absolutely fantastic. Let me go ahead and make sure I do this, because I definitely completely forgot to shout out Suey. I have to wait for the cooldown. That was weird. Randomly my browser's like, look at Allison. It's like, oh, you know what I bet you I did? I bet you when I went to click over, it caught the link. Yeah, it's like, wait a second. Because Allison's channel was hosting mine, so... But Allison's fantastic. Alright, so we should be good to shout out Suey now. 9 seconds. So close. Because Suey's also fantastic, has been playing Palworld with Allison, but also has done like RimWorld and Project Zomboid, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on and everything, and all that, so definitely someone else worth checking out. That should be plenty of time. But also been also fantastic and all that, and someone I highly recommend checking out. We've done a lot of collabs with Suey in the past. We've done a couple of collabs with Allison as well. We did, when Build 42 went multiplayer, we did some multiplayer shenanigans with Allison. Which, more than likely, we will probably do some multiplayer shenanigans with Build 42 going stable. There's been some... Oh, you already took care of Suey? Gotcha. Well, I appreciate it. I zoned out on what's even going on. But yeah, so, very much... What will likely happen with Project Zomboid Build 42 is I will likely do some single player, get a feel for what I think about it, all that kind of stuff. And then more than likely, we'll probably do what we did with Build 42 multiplayer the last time, where we'll likely do some multiplayer stuff with friends and all that. There's not been too much chatter about that in the back end, but most likely that'll be a thing. There's been just a broad, if we do it, you know, I would be interested kind of chatters about as much as we've got. So do not refuel, eject the fuel. We'll bring the fuel with us, there's no point in leaving it behind. Yeah, no, it was a lot of fun doing the multiplayer last time. You're still set, right? You didn't get, like, destroyed or something at some point? Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's just... There's, like, 4 different crafting benches all being used at the same time, so... A bunch of stuff is just waiting. And just double-checking, I've got vests for everyone. Cool. Alright, so we're gonna end up going and getting switched over. You'd be keen on some multi-zomboid, or anything really, was really fun. Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm always down to do some collabs, when we can find games that there's mutual interest and all that. Like, I know I had a couple different people reach out about Palworld for me. I don't own it, and for me, like, Pokemon with guns registers a solid 0 on my interest mark. Like, not bad-mouthing the game or anything like that, I don't genuinely know, but it's definitely one of those ones that, like, the marketing side of it, it's just like, okay. But it's not something I'm super excited. I hear it's actually a very solid, like, survival crafter. But, you know, it's one I skipped on. I'm glad everyone else has been enjoying it, though. Like, I don't have any, like, oh, I hate it because or whatever. You ate the berries. You had all the meals you could go in there, and you were just like, yep, raw berries. Alright. It's a pretty good one, and there is a hardcore mode that you might have a slight interest in. 100% play what you enjoy mentality. Yeah. Very few people who play it call Pokemon with gun. They refer to it as Arc with Pokemon. That isn't selling it to me much anymore. I gave Arc a good shot, but Arc didn't like really do it for me. I played a bunch. It was stuff like how long it took to tame the animals and all that kind of stuff. And to be fair, Arc probably for me paid for other survival games' crimes, in the sense that Arc was kind of one of the later ones I tried, and by then we were having that wave of like just one survival crafter after another survival crafter after another survival crafter. And that a lot of them were just kind of the same thing, but zombies the same thing, but dinosaurs the same thing, but whatever. And so I can't even speak to that, like, it may be good. Just unfortunately, I was kind of burned out in the whole genre at the time. It's more arc, but your first try was bitter. Lots of pay-to-win shenanigans ruined it. Probably should have done the private game with friends instead of public. Gotcha. Yeah, no, that's also another thing is with, like, everyone playing Pal World is like, cool, I'll just do my own thing. Because it's always one of those things that, as a content creator, there's a certain amount of strategy that goes into it. It's like, do you jump on whatever the latest hype is and benefit from it being the latest hype? Or do you go the opposite direction and you deliberately don't jump on whatever the latest hype is because everyone else is going to be jumping on the latest hype? So you can be the, you know, the gag of, like, the Pal World escape room, or whatever, you know, insert whatever the latest hype is. Like, you are the not that place. Remember Undertale being exploded like that? You love the soundtrack, but you didn't end up playing because too many people wanted you to. Yeah, I mean, for me, I wasn't in content creation until well after Undertale wasn't, like... You know, it's got, like, a cult-like following, certainly. But, you know, people aren't, like, people aren't, like, begging me to play it or anything. I also played it before streaming myself, and I really enjoyed it. Oh, hey, Toga, my man. Have you ever wanted to be inundated with, like, junk you don't need? You could possibly carry? I will take your tiny bit of medicine packaged meals. And where was the robust with something really awful will drop off? It's not taking up storage because it's kind of limited. And then we're going to talk again. And we gift you stuff. Oh, you won't even take my food. I was just going to throw, like, all the food and wood at them and be like, hey, man, buds. Fine. You're not going to give me rep for it, but I literally just want it off my shelf. You held up playing Stardew for a long time because it was popular and regretted that. Yeah, so, I mean, it's not doing, like, the hipster, this is popular, so I'm not gonna. Off-stream, a lot of times, there are games that I choose not to stream, but I will play. You know, whether it's because it's popular or whatever, or it's just not a good fit. Not that there aren't games I slept on. Sunhaven was one, and that one was not really because it was popular or anything like that. As I saw the art style, and the art style, like, even now, as much as I've enjoyed Sunhaven, the art style is still relatively off-putting for me. Because it's like, there's kawaii, and then there's, like, your head's this big kawaii. And it was just like, I don't know, man, it's just not my art style. And I played, I really enjoyed it. It ended up being a shame that down the road we found out that the devs were kind of crappy to the artists and all that. A lot of, like, unpaid labor kind of nonsense. And also, check out the Ents playing The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Has also done, like, Baldur's Gate, Stardew Valley, Coral Island, all that kind of stuff. As a heads up, does stream in German, just so you know. But does understand English if you want to talk in their chat and all that. Let's see. You don't find regret in it. You simply know I'll give it a try, even if I ever want to. Yeah. Undertale was great with a highly recommend playing it without someone watching you, because the community is very tiring. Yeah, no, that was also one of the fears is, you know, when you're trying to do something special and you're like, okay, let's do something special. And I did Doki Doki Literature Club for, like, a Halloween special kind of thing. But, like, I thought of Undertale, I'm like, nah, man. One, I've already played through it, so, like, there's no new surprise or anything for me. I mean, there probably is, but, like, nothing like all the main beats I know. And I did the different playthroughs and all that. But it's also kind of one of those things is, that seems like a game that the backseating in the community could get downright nasty. Because you're playing it wrong. That's your time with Portia. Man, you hate to look at the people there. Yeah, my time at Portia, it wasn't quite as off-putting to me as Sunhaven, but it definitely feels like a weird vibe where you're like, you're going to marry them and have kids, and they all look like children to start with. And you're like, yeah, this is weird, man. And you get it's just the art style. But it's just like, there's stuff I liked about my time at Porsche and my time at Sandrock. They didn't hook me the way a lot of the other games in those genres have, though. Because, like, I'm generally having a good time. But, like, I could also put down the game and it wouldn't bother me. Versus, like, you know, halfway through Stardew Valley, if I decide to stop playing, it would find it frustrating because I'd want to see where it goes and all that, or want more. Or Coral Island's the same thing. It was very hard for me, like, in the early access where the next part wasn't out yet. And you're just like, okay. It's alright. Just checking some. You know, like, the next part isn't out yet, so I just can't really keep going. Because I knew if I sat there and just kept playing, even though, like, the later festivals weren't implemented at that time. Do you ever try Manor Lords? Yes. I played for, like, a stream, and it was really good, but it was also early access, and generally speaking, I'm very, 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 very tired of playing games that I can't finish. I'm utterly exhausted. I'm old, man. So I played him like, this is great, I will come back to it when it's, you know, more done. But I liked what I saw. But yeah, like, I am utterly exhausted with early access games that, like, you play, you get to have a taste, and then it's like, alright, cool, come back in, like, 2, 3, 4, 5 years when it's done. Will you play Fields of Mysteria when it hits 1.0 soon? That's one I probably will. I did play, that one I think I only gave, like, half a stream, because I think it was the demo version. And I liked what I played, like, it looked very promising, but it's the same thing. Like, the moment I know I can't finish a game, like, you know, the motivation to start it just isn't there. Because it's kind of like just the fact that I know I cannot complete the task makes me not want to start the task. Let's see, the Amber Isle for your Switch. It's janky, but you love it. It's the usual, let's build a store and sell stuff, but you're a dinosaur. There's been a number of those, you know, you run a store, but whatever's out there. And most of them are honestly pretty terrible. Or at least lackluster. Terrible's perhaps too strong a word. But there are plenty of good ones. It's just kind of hard to suss them out. When you say you can't finish the game, it's because the game is early access for too long? No, you can't finish the game as in, I like to play a game and finish it. And when the ending doesn't exist because it's early access, so I have to just sit on my hands and play the game, you know, months to years later. That's not fun for me. I want to finish it now. And it's like, because you have early access where it's sandbox, and I can usually, like, the sandboxy ones where it's not really an ending to the game, those ones I find less frustrating. Oh hey, Marguerite and Moriarty are getting married. Nice. But the ones where it's like, it's got a story to it, but the story doesn't exist yet because it's early access, so you got, like, just the first taste and you have to wait. And to be fair, where that's all, you know, like, just generally been a frustration, The Long Dark took that from frustration to pretty infuriating in general. You know what, honestly, we're just kind of chilling right now. So let's have all our people restricted to the safe zone. And then we are going to, once they get inside, change their assignments to put on their, So now you're going to go in here and assign. You're going to do Spacefarer Melee. And then just Spacefarer, like, normal. But yeah, so it's the fact that because it's early access, most early access, the way they go, is the main storyline, whatever it is, does not exist yet. So you cannot finish it at that time. And it might be an ADHD thing or whatever. It's very frustrating for me to get into something, but, like, not be able to just keep pursuing that interest. Like, knowing I can bring it to a satisfactory conclusion, whatever. Yep. Hey, Talon, thank you so much for the raid. I do appreciate that. Means a heck of a lot. Alright, so if you could immediately start hauling those, I'm worried you're going to put too many of these down on the floor, and that's going to drop something in the door. Okay. Talon also playing some RimWorld, so if you're looking for RimWorld, you can find it over there. Alright, so we got a couple more people who still need to change their outfits. And then we're going to be going to space to pursue our next grav core. Because this is full, so killing a whole bunch of sea lions to just leave the meat and leather on the ground isn't exactly productive for anything. Extensive assembly. I mean, the only problem is I'd have to stay here for 15 days to get my prize. I'm exploring the Lost Tribe scenario with vanilla, no DLC, still. You're midwinter fighting hard against frostbite. Yep. You understand, but also, you're a big fan of The Long Dark and respect small studios like Hinterlands. Close to no crunch time quality for speedy release. Yeah. So I really, like, I'll still hold up for the survival genre where survival is the core mechanic. The Long Dark is kind of that milestone to try and beat. Like, that is the one that I usually will hold up being like, this is doing it right. My only criticism is just with, like, literally they got their next game that has been brewing and all that, and it just took so incredibly long to get the last chapter, way beyond a reasonable amount of time. And this is as someone who normally is very much in the, hey man, it's ready when it's ready. But, like, I had chapter 4, and it had been a while, and it took like a year and a half, 2 years for chapter 5 to come out. And it's like, look, man, I had gotten all into it. It's like, oh yeah, it's been like 2 years since I last played. Let's finish the story. And then come to realize the story still wasn't done. And I was like, are you me? By all means, games take time. But yeah, it was... That's been the frustration there, is that fell way past. Alright, so it looks like everyone's got their vac suits or better. And the helmets. So it is time to bugger out. And then you'll need to toggle that off, and this off, and this off. And that'll get toggled off. That'll get toggled... we'll wait. We'll see. I'll have to toggle a bunch of these off to make sure all our heaters run and all that. Alright, and to the mech platform. Sometimes you end up feeling like you must start a new game before a new chapter comes out to get back into the story. Oh, absolutely, no problem. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. And that's actually what I did, is thinking that Chapter 5 had been out because it had been so long. I started a new game, and we got to, I think it was Chapter 3, before I came to the realization that Chapter 5 wasn't out. And, you know, at that point, they're like, oh yeah, it'll be out in, like, 3 or 5 months or whatever. I'm like, that... Like, and it was one of those ones at the time I admit, like, this is a me problem, I didn't check ahead of time. But, like, that really frustrated me. Alright, so you got the mech platform. So you are going to have just the one door that goes there. So we don't stay here, we're here to fight. Alright. Yep. So it's being handled by mechanoids. Alright, so, with that said, our power's still not quite right, so we're going to go over here, we're going to turn off this bench, and this bench. We're going to get our power stabilized real fast. I wish it showed you what your power deficit was, because it'll just show you that you're running up against the power limit. If it showed me what my power deficit was, I would know, like, how much I needed to toggle off. Okay, a bunch of the doors are coming online. Toggle that off. Oh, those aren't actually off. I see. If I were a dev, you'd have lightning bolts flash in brown. Well, I mean, it'll show you a bunch of stuff there. Could you? I said turn it off. So it's gone weirdly. Alright. These are all in kind of a weird state for flicking the power off. Okay, so we're getting close. I need to turn something else off. Because I got plenty of things in here we can turn off. The problem is I got so much stuff. Are you actually off or pretend off? Okay, those are actually off. Yeah, I mean, you can make the power switches and you put them down on the floor. The problem is they'll also turn off anything on here, including the heaters and the air thing. So unless I make a dedicated line here for that, and then they'll automatically connect to the nearest ones, I have to keep telling it to toggle it again and again or manually intervene. So it is one of those things that not super that useful. Let's go ahead and actually leave that on. Like, I did set up with some of the earlier graph ships, I did take the time to use the power switches, but like I said, unless you plan your entire layout in advance to accommodate for it, it ends up... Okay, so we do have spare power now. Alright. Actually, hack that door. Schedule. Yes, there's a door there, here, and here. We're gonna sit to this side and get inside here. But yeah, now the problem with if you look at the power switches in the game... You can run the cable through it, but like, for example, if I use it here, then that heater and that air turns off. So it ends up being a thing where I need like one cable on this side of the room, one cable on that side of the room, all that kind of stuff. But the auto power connecting thing does bug you. Is there a mod to force direct things? There probably is. But yeah, so where a lot of games the power switches work well, unfortunately for space purposes of the ship where you need to have heaters and stuff kind of here and there in your ship, it unfortunately just does not work out too great. Alright, so let's get everyone. And usually in these places, my biggest fears are Tesserons, because they can just scatter a lot of people with fire, and how often that's scattered by fire means they walk directly into things that'll kill them. I've lost a lot of colonists to Tesserons, causing people just like walk out in the front of guns and get killed. Okay, so we got nothing in this room we gotta worry about. Oh, they woke up already. I wasn't expecting to wake up until I actually walked in there. Okay. So I got a handful of these pods have stuff in them. So let's get everyone in position. I'm surprised you popped out already. So I'm using my ranged team to break them out. And if something pops out like a centipede or a Tesseron or whatever, then my Zeus hammers all just run up and deal with it. We're pretty well set up to deal with this kind of stuff. We've got enough firepower that the likelihood a mech can run in on us is pretty low. Alright, and rather than just keep pushing up the side, I'm just going to kind of go room for room. Okay, so we found the main room. We've got 2 Tesserons, some Militars, a Scorcher, a Pikeman. There's a Sentry in the corner. So it's a bit of a messy room. And the pikemen. Oh, I need you to not do that, buddy. Because you can shoot through shields. Alright, so you two can jump on this now. Okay, so you lost your shields. So that's as good as any time to retreat. Now we can go over here. Alright. So, with the amount of power we have left on our grid, I've got 150. We could turn that on. We could shred mechs with that. I'm going to go ahead and put a crafting spot here and tell it to shred mechs anyways. Just because otherwise those things are all going to sit there, make no progress and all that kind of stuff. Is this a mod? This is DLC. This is the Odyssey DLC. The most recent one. Yeah, we're choosing to back off for a minute. We're going to let our shields recover, let our people eat. They'll start shredding some of those mechs. This is the main thing we came for, is that grav core. And all that good stuff. In just a minute, I'm going to have to step away. I've delayed the ad break for as long as possible. But what's going to happen is the ad break's going to happen. I'm going to need to, because I really have to use a restroom in a bad way. But, my wife, Tomb's going to be home, and so usually when she gets home, I'll take a quick minute to welcome her home, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, we want to check all these different doors in here, because you can find some goodies in here, unique weapons, good materials. A lot of these will shred into components and steel and plasteel, so it's worth doing. Alright. I really have to go to use the restroom, so I'm going to go do that, and all that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and I am back. It's gonna be a little bit of a weird break just because my wife isn't quite home yet, and we're getting a little bit low on the dinner options, so there is a chance I might have to run back downstairs in 10 seconds just to get something off the stove. Okay. Let's see. So we're going ahead and we're getting this all sorted out. And we're giving everyone a minute to take care of their stuff. They're all hauling, so they're good to go. Let's rally everyone back around again. And start checking more of these doors. Because it is worth us taking the time to fully ransack this whole place. Alright. I don't see any loose mechs. Well, there's a Scorcher and some Militars up there. What? Oh, that's the person down there. We do have a bunch of these pods. We'll wait to poke that. Okay, nothing in here. This is probably in our back hallway. Cool. So allow them to scan and open that door. So I'm feeling pretty good about that area. Let's go over here and check this area over here on the left. Because I want to do this, but I think the better move is to come up here and take it from this area, then go down here. Because this is the kind of thing that'll get you in trouble, is we walk in this door, and then a bunch of those pop on all sides of us. And then it's a matter of, okay, what popped out? How dangerous is it? Yeah, so same thing. This whole room is full of reinforcements. That should be no problem. Oh, whoa, 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 stop. That's fine. If the Cyclops and a Tesseron, that's not a great combo. Okay, the door's open. Come on out. Cool. It's another Tesseron, same plan. Alright. Because if I run in there, we'll likely have a ton of them pop. So just trying to eke out a couple of these right at the start. I was really hoping you'd get down before it'd be that long. Okay. It's a little dangerous. Alright, and the last one here. Cool. That's most likely going to be another set of like hallways back here. Or not. So let's have you jump on that. Cool, didn't explode, so our shields are still up. Okay, nothing to see there. Alright, so then we got our 2 militars, our Scorcher, and the sentry over there. So let's deal with that. And then clean this room up. This be just a little bit of a messy spot. Not really a good angle to hit it. Okay, so Tesseron's popped out. Oh, don't. Get over there. Okay, you got there in time. Oh, never mind, you're going around this way. Okay. Because once I get these loose ones out of here, cleaning up the rest is not hard. Come on, stop trying to do any fancy tactics. Cool. So now you two go up here in the corner and deal with that. Nicely done. And then from here, we grab everyone back here. Alright, so we want to just destroy these as fast as we can. You get more than enough firepower to put down just about anything that isn't a Cyclops that pops, or a Centipede that pops out. Okay, move you up. So we had some flooding here in South Vermont. Got you 1 second. So Tomb's still not home. So what's gonna have to happen here is after this batch here, I'm gonna have to run downstairs and pull my dinner off the stove. So I do apologize about the double break. Tomb's work's been having a run late. Normally, oh, we got hypothermia. Okay, all of you, undraft, hypothermia and draconic. So get on out of here. Orders, allow all. Do this, hack that door, hack this door, hack this door. And the rest should be good. So if you could please get inside, you are slowly freezing to death. And that's because we're not using, like, the actual armor here. Sorry, we are using actual armor instead of a vac suit, which is making Draconic a bit vulnerable to that. Plus, Draconic is a impid, so they're extra vulnerable to cold. Whereas no one else is dealing with any hypothermia at all. Okay, we've hacked all these doors, so we can get around the place easier. Just doing a stream, what's going on? You're lost. So we have taken our grav ship, and we have landed it on a mech platform to get this thing, to make it so I can build more grav ship. And right now we're just ransacking the place for anything of worth. That said, I am going to have to step away. I do apologize about the double break. Just, wife's not home. I just got to pull my dinner off the stove, so I'll be right back, and thank you again for tuning in.
Okay, so now I shouldn't have to step away again for, like, to whenever I have to use the restroom later. So sorry about that. Just, I need to do a grocery run tomorrow, and I didn't have anything that was easy to just, like, put in, warm up, and whatever. So give everyone a moment to get their sleep, get their recreation, eat some dinner, do all that stuff. And then when we start seeing them hauling and all that stuff, we'll go in. We've got at least one room over here, potentially a couple up over there, a room here, and this might be one room, and a couple of tiny rooms. Oh, I missed hacking that one. And some tiny rooms to check out for goodies. Alright. But this is part of why we grab so many meals, is there's no food up here, unless you have your own hydroponics. So you just end up having to deal with that. So we turned that off. So need just a little bit more power. But then I'd be able to turn on the machining bench and do stuff here. Honestly, this thing we can turn off. Most of my people are psychically deaf, and now let me turn on the machining table, which would allow them to shred the mechs and all that there. As well as we can go ahead and get our goodies. A major break risk on you because of sunlight sensitivity. Militars. Shit ton of militars. Alright. We've got better range. Let's initiate on them. I do have at least one shield. I'm gonna pop this. This is gonna be a nasty fight, because that's just a lot of numbers. I'm hoping I'll be able to use... Yeah, what I could do is I could use this as my bottleneck here. I know, major break risk, because... Why are you so upset? Refugees not helped, unsettling conversation, disturbed sleep. You just have a bunch of negatives and no positives to offset them. That's not useful right now. Okay, that got their attention. Back off a bit. Okay, same plan, back off. Alright, and unfortunately, Commodore there's just going to tank shots. I can't do anything to stop him. Okay, you're downed. Let's back off. Ah, your shield went down. Okay, run a bit more. Run a bit more. Keep running, Annabelle. Oh, that is not the move, Commodore. How badly are you hurt? You're not gonna get anything done, but you are gonna run distraction. Keep running. Keep running. Dark visions on Rongor. Okay. There. Alright, get people back out of here. Get them all patched up. Yeah, that insulting spree probably couldn't have been worse timed. Because where they were at, if I went back and waited for it to end, I just anticipated them getting caught and potentially having 2 people down from a social fight. It's gonna work out in the long run. You're pretty messed up. I'm gonna need to rescue you. In fact, will just start tending to them while they walk. They're gonna get downed before they get home. There it is. Okay, rescue you. Carry your gun home. Alright. That certainly could have been worse. They could have sent something like a War Queen, and that would have been pretty rough. So you're already patched up. You're already patched up. You're already patched up. Yeah, so really the only one who took any real damage that whole time was Commodore, and that was just, again, because they had a mood break and just kind of stood out there and took it to the face. The good news is all of our people got relatively decent equipment on, and militars are fairly low damage. They're a numbers thing. It's just waiting for Commodore to be able to get back up.
Let them grab their gun. And meanwhile, the others can get to work. Alright. So I do need to, with one of these future expansions, give myself a defensive position on the ship. That way, you see how I kind of, like, connected up to the ship here? What I can do here is then you can have your defensive position is the thing you actually land on the ship, and you basically force the enemy to have no choice but to go into your defensive position. Yeah, so you got 2 damage until you're fully healed up. You got a bit more than that. Meanwhile, they did drop a bunch of plasteel. Alright, so you... Everyone but you are getting into the fight again. Commodore gets to sit this out because they're half dead. Gonna check these. I didn't even see... Okay, so you gave me Hyperweave. That's fine. Anything good? Archite. That is very good for us. Glitter World. Orbital Beam Targeter. And more Glitter World. I'm not unhappy about that. Alright, so what we're going to want to do here is... Oh, you should be up here as well. I'm going to grab all of you and have you stationed back here. Can you mine this map? No. You can break the walls, but they're very, very, very durable. So it is a thing of, like, sure, you can break them, but it's just not really worth the time. Okay, no enemies in this room. That works out. But yeah, like you look at these walls, they're 7,500 health. By comparison, my walls are 42 or 400 health. If you got like the breaching stuff, you can get through it. Contains nothing, contains nothing, contains nothing. So there's the drop pods. That's a Lancer. I got 2 Tesserons. Alright, so with this, everyone pile in down here. You to be ready to intercept whatever pops out. Just opens up, one-shots a Tesseron. And that's this really long hallway, which means just this over here. Well, and then hacking this one door. Usually the hacked rooms like that are relatively safe. But yeah, you can mine through the walls. It's just usually there's nothing there. It's just hollow spots in space, or I think sometimes you can have stuff there, but you have to manually do it. And I've not found it to be worth it. Oh, well that room sucks. So we got a sentry gun up there. I got 2 Tesserons, a Scyther, a Cyclops, 3 Militars. So let's immediately change our tactic. We're going to drop all of you back over here into this corner. Alright. There's not really a great way to approach this. Okay, we got their attention. Back off. I'm hoping these two will stay on us, because that would make my life much easier. Alright. Because ones like this, they have that big wind-up, because that one's using the same weapon that Will's using. Hi, wifey. How was your day?
It was good. How was your day?
It was fine.
Thank you for making dinner.
Mm-hmm.
It smells yummy.
Yep, I'm going to be probably making a store run tomorrow, because, you know, we need to do a store run.
Yeah. Yep.
Love. I was hoping I could catch it before it ran off and catch it by itself. So problem is the 2 Tesserons together. 1 Tesseron's no problem, but I'll hit one and the other one will light me on fire. And the good news is in space, because it's vacuum, the fire won't stay up. Let's grab his attention. Bonk. Okay, run back off. Okay, and then you two jump on the turret up there. Breakup. Burning Sun asked Luxray for a break. Burning Sun and Luxray are no longer in a relationship. That's not convenient. This is not a good time for that, man. Okay. So open all those. Orders. Allow. New turret is bruised up, right? Alright, I believe that means I'll need to turn one of these back into a non-medical bed. I wonder if we... Oh, hey. I wonder if we can see what the deal is between those two. Social... Okay, so there's nothing really wrong from Burning Sun's side. They just didn't really talk to each other and then just divorced. Okay. So there's our grav light panels. Meanwhile, for you two, go peek that door real fast. Then after that, it's just loot everything not bolted down.
And a map. Are you sure you want to skip the bolted down stuff? I mean, the problem is a lot of the stuff you have to break it. They don't usually give you that much goodies. This needs to be destroyed as well. I'm trying to remember if any of this stuff... I feel like this stuff just gave you steel when you broke it. Because that just gives you scrap, so we don't care about that. Yeah, it just gives you steel junk. So we want to break that for the goodies. So right now I just want to grab, like, all the militars, all that kind of stuff. Bring it back. They keep processing those on the bench and getting steel or whatever. Some of them will give components, some of them will give plasteel. Once everyone's healed, we'll break that. I don't think that triggers a raid. But we definitely don't want to be here long term. As you can see, we've already gone through about 40 meals. So we've already gone through just about, like, 8% of all of our food in the fight we've been doing here. Ancient Structural Trove. Man, you finished that book fast. Now let's run up here. Destroy this thing. That's fine. You just go back. The rest of you can destroy this. Right. Orders allow. In theory, could you last here long enough if you had the tech for growing food? Yeah, you can live indefinitely in space. It's a little rough because of the limited amount of resources in space, but it is doable. The challenge is going to be keeping stuff like steel and all that for components, but luckily, mechs will attack you, and they are a source of steel. Sappy's rescue. Sorry, man. But yeah, no, with hydroponics and all that setup, you could live here. That's actually one of the things I potentially want to do with this round of expansion, is to get at least a little bit of hydroponics set up on the ship. Just so I can grow cotton and all that regularly. Because we use that for, like, the flak armor and all that. The asteroids, you can also get trees in space? Yes. They even have trees that give off oxygen. You, like, grab the plasteel as a priority instead? Yeah, no, that's the idea. I liked the idea. It would have been nice to have, like, a space start where you have that kind of thing where you've got, like, the asteroid that's got the oxygen trees and all that, and you're kind of like a tribal space start. And so you have to, like, fight the people to get your equipment to be able to start, you know, being able to leave the platform. The big problem is, when you leave anything in space, it just despawns. With the exception of the mech hive, by the nature of the mech hive.
Yeah, no, you can live forever in space just on a normal asteroid if you get the trees that grow stuff or use hydroponics and all that. Because you'll get mech raids enough to keep your stuff running. Can you get an anchor to keep it in space? I don't believe so. Yeah, we could potentially build the anchor, but I do believe if you at any point have your colonists, like, if I have my grav ship someplace else and I have 2 colonists here and they get downed, it'll consider a wiped out, or, you know, not downed, but killed. It'll consider a colony lost. Versus a ground colony, your colony will stay until you abandon it. It just kind of automatically abandons it if there's no one present. Okay. We're gonna want to go here and say... Glitter World Medicine always gets allowed. The Archive Capsule always gets allowed. And make sure we can bring in the Hyperweave. Okay, so they've hauled back everything worth hauling. All the rest of this is just slag that'd be turned into steel. That'd be turned into steel. So we've got all the goodies here. We are cooled off already? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, so all that's just going to break down to steel, so there's no reason for us to stay. Yeah, we got our grav core. Just double checking. Alright, so unfortunately, you're out of range. We have Jade, Compact Steel, Compact Plasteel. I think for right now, though, we drop back down to the surface. Ancient Smoke Vent. Lake, that's max pollution. I don't want to deal with that right now. We have ruins there. Ancient launch site. Ruins and junkyard. Just checking one of these points of interest to check out. The ruins is so far looking like the one to do the most. Component stockpile, mixed biome, windy, decreased animal, ancient heat vent. Infested settlement, ancient toxic vent. Yes, where was the ruins up here? Yeah, alright, so Arid Shrubland ruins, let's do it. So I got another grav core that we can use to expand our ship more. And it is the thing, like, the grav core I need to make my ship bigger. I really want to just put more of those power cores in the wall. Just because with those power cores, we don't have to do any shenanigans around any of that. Because right now... Okay, so there's a geothermal right there. Let's still, just for our own sanity, go here. I think I like that one more. There's no real winning with this one. That's fine. We'll do it. Okay, so just double checking. Yes, it's mostly all light green. Alright, so zones, dumping stockpile. Should actually be near the back of the ship, because that's where my... Well, it's fine. Yeah, it's mostly junk here, so we'll go here. Low, allow all, but no rotten or human-like. Assignment, go back to melee, and go back to anything. Okay. And what do I want for the last one? Sure. Alright, I'm not actually worried about them getting through all that. That's fine. But to get that set up, we can go ahead and go power. Whack that in there. I probably should have thought about what was going to be around me before I landed to make room for construction, but we're here now, so that is what it is. I'm going to rip up that area because I'm going to want to build the ship out this way. So we did get 313 panels, and we got a grav core. So for now, we're going to deal with that. I am going to need more steel. Each time you go do a proper expansion on your ship, you always end up needing a ton of steel. So that takes care of the steel needs. I can grab the components that are over there. Alright. So we do have gold ore here. Okay, that's all I was caring about. Cool, so we got this all going. Gonna take a minute to bring this all online. In the meantime, start toggling everything back online. Which is, again, a big reason why I'm like, it'd be really nice to... it'd be really nice to have more power on here. Because we do that, they don't have to go through the whole rotation of toggling everything on and off each time we go to space. But right now, we're at max size until I put down another power core. Or another one of the core extenders. Because you're worth 1200 power. Please don't leave that outside. Why aren't you putting that inside? Is it too worn out? No, it's not too worn out. Why aren't you taking that inside? Okay. Alright, so we could probably do here is... I'll probably be able to go over here, move this one back more, move the other one forward, like make a new one forward more. And potentially give ourselves some more rooms, give ourselves maybe some kind of defensive position. Let's see. Manhunter pack, before we can get anything going. It is a bajillion iguanas. So plan straightforward. You two are going to hold that door. Oh, you lost your leg at some point. I don't know when that happened. I was wondering why you were moving so slow. A scyther caught you. At that case, let's just have you duck back here then. Meanwhile, we already have bionics to, like, work on making more legs and all that. So it just means you're on the list to get a new leg. Yeah, so the plan here is pretty straightforward. They're gonna all start working their way. Okay, there's something hostile over here. If you noticed all the lizards spread out like that, it's because they gained collision. So somewhere in this area is like a sentry gun or something. Okay, that didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. Everyone in. Everyone in. I will. You are so lucky you got snuck through there. Hey, Commodore, just start repairing that for no reason. Well, you did your best. All right. So we got that done. The only one who took an injury was Jay Walker, who just barely got scratched. Alright, so we're gonna go down here and dumping stockpile over here. Clear, low, animal corpses if they are not fresh. So that way any of the corpses that are no good, they just chuck them down there. Tech, please don't try and clean the floor while it's covered in rotting iguana. Yeah, like I said, there's definitely something hostile along this corridor here, because all those iguanas went into combat where they couldn't share the same space. So it means I don't know if the mines will trip that, but I know the sentry guns will. But there's something hostile in there. It could also be like insects inside one of the walls or something maybe. But it is. Don't do that. Don't do that. It'll make my engines not work. Okay. Right now I can just collapse those. Why am I still short on power? Are you not wired up? Oh, you just weren't wired up. Okay. Alright, yeah, so we're short. Yeah, so I would need 2,200 more watts before I wouldn't need to cable into anything at all when we land. Needless to say, that's a lot of power. Alright. So for right now, we'll put a grav core extender up here. I'll probably end up moving that around. Okay. That gives me about 250 more blocks to deal with. I'm gonna do the thing I probably shouldn't be doing. It's gonna be slightly too far for me to do it that way. I need to shift this down. That's okay, let's get it started. I'm gonna start making more bedrooms to get people out of our hospital. So we can help mood manage better. Solar or maybe wind? Well, solar I could put on the ship and bring with me, but solar is what, 4x4 tiles? So that's that much ship I'm using just to keep solar panels on there, which is not a terrible idea. Wind is not so useful to keep on the ship in my experience. But, like, the geothermal's fine. Like, I have the power. It's just a matter of if I want to not have to put down a power plant, that's where the GravCore power cells come in. So I can extend my ship's size or get the power. But we can get those relatively quickly, because once you get down to 2 of those, the moment you finish one, you get another one available. A monolith arrival. That's a terrible spot for that. Oh, we don't have the butchering table, so production, butcher table, plunk you down. I gotta do the butchering table first so we can hopefully get some of those iguanas. Alright, so with this then, create corpse thing, do not allow animals. And I'm gonna go here and do something a little weird, which is I'm gonna create my own dumping stockpile here. And then copy those settings, paste them here, and delete that. Alright. Yeah, you can use it on... Well, wind itself is fine. It's using wind with the grav ship. Like I said, if I didn't have the geothermal, I could use wind as an alternative to that. For like, especially if you're landing on something like grasslands which don't have steam geysers. But like the dedicated space, because even then, if you look at the power for wind, it's what, 12 tiles? And right now, the tiles are my big limitation on my grav ship. So it's kind of a hard sell for me to dedicate that much space. Like anything that isn't, you know, specifically needed. Because also with wind, when I go into space, it won't do anything. If you did solar, just add wind pointing away from it. I mean, but I'm probably not going to do either. So you're 30. Like, I've got geothermal. I could just land and plunk it down. Masterwork flak jacket. Cool, love to see it. Why are you upset? Oh, because you got divorced. Let's go ahead and console you and tell you to get over it. Yeah, no, the whole point is to have a power source I can bring with me that works anywhere. Wind doesn't work in space. Solar does. But then if I land on the mushroom biome, solar doesn't work in the mushroom biome, or if there's like the gas fence or the toxic fence or anything like that, or if there's an eclipse or yada yada. Versus if I get the grav core things, those work basically no matter what. I mean, you have the solar flare that just disables power in general, but you know, that's not really disabling the power generation, it's just turning off power in its whole. Let's reinstall you. I guess you're gonna be a decoration in that bedroom. We'll get ourselves some more bedrooms here, so we can get everyone out of this space. Also, didn't we have another couple? Yeah, socialize. Do not try to have a baby. We're not really looking to grow the colony right now. Aren't extenders negative to core? Yeah, beauty minus 10. Okay, so what we could do here... Fair point. Yeah, so we could deconstruct that tile on the corner and move it into the corner. Oh, also orders. Yeah, so I could shove it in that corner spot. Oh, no, that's fine. It's a thing I didn't have to think about often. This game I don't mind, like... So it's one thing you're saying, isn't this something that's bad for beauty? That's fine. If someone turns around and says, like, move that into the other room, there's a difference there. Like, one it's like, hey, you know, isn't that a concern here? It's like, oh, you're right, it is a concern there. Versus the other one's not really asking. So you're good. But yeah. No, and also, like, with the backseating, again, outside of someone, like, physically telling me what to do, when it's a game I'm very familiar with, I'm not as fussed about it, versus, like, when it's a game I'm still learning new, whatever, that one I get way more frustrated, because, you know, you only get to play a game for the first time once, and so people, like, telling you how to play and taking away all the mystery and secret of the game and all that can be very, very not fun. You need to go out of your way to butcher those. I forgot that we didn't have the recipe set. Was the order to chop lizards done? No, I had to add the order right there. That was the issue, is I forgot to set it. Because I'm bringing all the other production benches with me. I do probably plan to bring the butcher table with me as well. But we haven't gotten to that point. Because I'm trying to get us to using actual bedrooms, which you can do without doing that. Alright, we'll probably need an extra light and oxygen generation over here. I really don't have a good feel for how far the oxygen generation takes you. We got sandstone and vaxstone. We're actually pretty close to out of vaxstone. It suspects pawns can't get around the gene things. That could be. If we gotta tear it down and build it back, it's not too expensive as I recall. It's actually got some expense. If that is the case, well, I mean, we can actually find this out right now. I manually intervene. Yep, they can. Yeah, I can get back. It's just building is prioritized over deconstruction, which is prioritized. Well, actually, I think moving stuff is over deconstruction. There we go. Okay. And that should be enough bedrooms for everybody. Now we'll see how many tiles left we got to work with for trying to make some type of defensive position. That's just baked into the ship so I don't have to, like, constantly, you know, constantly deal with that. Major break risk on you because sunlight sensitivity. How close are you to actually being able to be... 45 days until we get to do the gene stuff with the kids, because they have super coagulating. But it was combined with a whole bunch of other stuff I didn't necessarily want. So I'm trying to get super coagulating out and separate. Yeah, so this doesn't actually help. To be clear, where you're seeing this, only one counts. It does tell you max per one. I just, you know, for aesthetics, it adds a bonus. Like, it doesn't count towards the comfort of the bed, but it does count towards the wealth of the room, and then, like, you know, it is a prettiness of, like, 10 and 13 and all that. So it still helps, it's just you don't get the comfort bonus. Alright, once they build that, we'll tear down this wall, put a wall over here. Interestingly enough, is I could put just the ground panels here with another door there, and this could be kind of a little check valve kind of spot to fight from, because it looks like I got a spot I can actually fight from back here. That, you know, I can put my people here and shoot out that way. But I actually think we'll put, like, an actual defensive position here somewhere. Like, I think it'll just be one of those ones where I just make the narrow lane. The other thing you could do is potentially have it where I've got enough room for my people to be in defense and just have it be like kind of a box that extends out however far we can make it happen. But I like having kind of a short-range defensive position and a long-range defensive position, depending on what I'm fighting. Because then what we could do is I could shoot at it from range. Let's say the long range is here. And I could turn to this side and put our melee here for the short range to draw them in here. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. I can take this off the list entirely. Yeah, so that's the problem we're running into here. Because Commodore is one of my cooks. And, well, actually, you're not one of my cooks. You're my construction person. And you're a crafter. But that's okay. Once we get, like, our expansion done, they'll just end up crafting a bunch. But it means the bionics are getting stuck in the meantime. Let's see. That's right, you're one of the cooks. So let's do this kind of thing. I'm going to copy that. And then paste it. That way I've got 2 possible people can be working on advanced components at the same time. Hopefully keep it from getting stuck. Remember, advanced components take gold. What else was the requirement? Plasteel. Yeah, so we are straight up running out of plasteel. Alright, so for the moment, I'm going to tell them to suspend building the gravlite panels. A cougar hunting jaywalker. That's what you really want to do, Cougar. Just a question about the engines. You can't put a solar panel in front of them, as you can with wind turbines. So you see this area here? This area here, if anything is obstructing it, means you can't take off. So if I go back here and put a solar panel, these 3 engines are now blocked and won't work. Yeah, so it's empty space, but this doesn't count against my ship size, because I'm not using it. So it's just a deliberate empty pocket. But I didn't have to pay tiles for it, it doesn't count against this. The only thing that counts is I could use these walls a little bit more efficiently if I didn't close it. But the reason I put this wall here is because otherwise what happens is someone runs up and they just literally rip your engine out and run off with it. Also can't have ship floors behind it either. Yep. Can have them walk through this door real fast. Is the door to the engines being open on purpose? No. I was going out here. That was from a fight earlier and I didn't have anyone walk through it. But I was sitting there staring at it, waiting for someone to cross through it, but they're going the other way around because these are auto doors and those aren't. Because these we go in and out a lot, and that we don't. This is just entirely so if something happens and we have some drop in here, I can get access to it. Or if you land and there's an animal trapped in here, the animal will start smashing through walls, so I can open the door to let it out. Okay. And I'm officially fresh out of plasteel. Alright, we're about to get this all built. Yeah, I'll definitely need another heater and probably another oxygen maker to cover this area once I open that wall up. Are you not connected? Oh yeah, no, you're connected here, that's right. Alright, so we'll go here, do this, do that, do this. You and you. Door, door, and door. Vent and vent. Bed and bed. Alright, so we're getting sandstone, limestone, and vaxstone. So limestone's probably what we're going to want to make these things out of. Let's go here, limestone. Better than nothing, but it's what we got. Beam weapons, the next one it's assigned. And even though I don't have any marble, we'll queue all that up.
And once they get the outside built, we'll tear down this wall. Yeah, I can't quite get away with shoving that in the wall there the same way. It wouldn't cover that corner anymore. Alright, let's go have you talk to Chaz. And let's see here. You can have the thing I've already discovered the goodies off of. And some really, really ruined pants. And a ruined set of kids' clothes. Alright, so once they get that built, we got a whole bunch of ruins we can check out and find goodies in. I'm really not excited about that being where it is. But I do want the anomaly research. Okay, so you're about to be 1 year from being an adult. Which, because the kids grow up 4 times as fast, is basically 1 season. So honestly, it'll be a day or 2, and then there are 15 days after that. And then they'll be all grewed up. Alright, so with that, we still have a bunch of tiles to work with. I'm not going to be able to make much of a defensive position, unfortunately, due to limited space. We can start with a short-range position. I'm honestly kind of sitting here wondering if instead I put the short range here, and then when we go and put this, like put an extender on this side, I put my long-range defense pointing off the side of the ship. I think that's the way I'm going to be leaning. It does kind of unfortunately put that sort of in the way. When you build a killing hallway, are you going to go for auto turrets? No, I usually don't use the turrets. With Odyssey, they can be a bit abusable, where you can put the turrets on the outside where they can't be walked to without going all the way through the whole path. But yeah, no, generally I don't use turrets. I find them fairly underwhelming. Unless you mod, and then you have broken mod turrets, so it's not worth talking about. Let's go security. I don't really want to use steel. Steel's actually not that good. 5, 10. And that'll be where the defensive position will be ultimately on this side. Okay, so we can still have 44 more tiles. For right now, I'll do that. I guess I could reinstall you here. And instead move the door over there. Okay. So obviously it's going to be a very incomplete defensive position. But it's at least the start of one. Okay, so with that, that's all those tiles put down. So I still got room for 34 more tiles. So I'm going to go ahead and do here's, because I forgot I actually wanted to extend this room out a little bit. And with that extended, I can put in our gene processor on this thing, get ourselves a little bit more gene banking. The vampire's fine. They're just sleeping. Then maybe with whatever I have to spare, we'll expand the storage room a little bit. This is ending up a lot more cube-like than most of my ships go. Most of my ships, like, they'll end up either being, like, a really long ship with then, you know, maybe an outcropping off the side, or, like, some weird shape. And it's a little bit of a weird shape, but, like, it is gradually getting square-ish just by how I'm expanding it. It'll end up looking weird again when I have this big offshoot off this side. For as far as probably only about that long. But that's fine. They're still good on components. But I would like to investigate the ruins, but the higher priority is the ship. Okay. Let's go ahead and just as a precaution, we can put that here. And we can put a heater there. You see more of a cat waving at us. Let's see. You see more of a cat waving at us if you South Sea. If you see it from a side, not vertical. I don't see it. I mean, yeah, I don't see it. Yep. Oh. Yeah, not super sure on that one. But yeah, no, you can definitely see things in a lot of these without realizing it. Alright, so you're going to move out here. Then you're going to go here. Yeah. Right side being the paw raised. One of those Japanese waving cat statues. I mean, if you really stretch it, I could see it. Maybe. But it's definitely not, yeah. No, and you're exactly correct. It's Chinese, not Japanese. Alright. And with that, we can put in our gene processor, because we'll end up needing it. I can't. I don't have plasteel. We can dream about someday putting a gene, putting that there. I'll put that cable there for later in case. We're about to fill this up anyway, so we'll plunk you down there. Alright, so with that, I've got 14 more tiles I can do. That's 12. And that'll be 14, and I'll be all out of tiles.
it's cool just teaching culture, not knowing all the art cultures. Yeah. No, definitely didn't mean like a negative thing. About like the pointing out it's one versus the other. In order to learn something, someone has to teach it. Okay, and with this we can go over here. It'll expand our storage room. Okay, and then what I was going to do here is security. Put 2 more of those down so that way when my melee stand here, they at least get some cover bonus. Game question. Doesn't research happen faster on sterile floor versus the normal tile room? Yes. In fact, this room, because previously we didn't have the silver. But now we do. Let's see, how is going the space history? You played the DLC, but if you play all DLC together, it feels so weird. Might be a bit sleeping. Legit side is ahead. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that you could have some kind of animal, like here's the head. You know, you got big chunky legs, and then whatever this is. Like, I can see something like a camel or an alpaca or something like that. Or, not an alpaca, a, dongri or whatever. You have, like, the head here, you got the hump, you got weirdly large legs. This could be a leash. I mean, if you want to explore all the DLC, where you save your ship on your colony, I mean, you just use your ship. The only one of the DLCs that really kind of has a little bit of a block against it or whatever, is Anomaly, because you have to stay in one place, versus the other way. But you can kind of land, build your ship for launching, and call it a day. The biotech, like, I got that right there. Ideology kind of just goes with you no matter what you're doing, unless you're doing the Arco Nexus ending. Is that what you mean? It's so difficult to play the other DLC together because you can't have a colony? I mean, like I said, the only one I see having a conflict is Anomaly. Like, Ideology doesn't really have anything that conflicts with it. Royalty doesn't really have anything that conflicts with it. Biotech doesn't really have anything that conflicts with it. This is Odyssey, so it's just Anomaly that's kind of the rub. But you can even get around that, because, like, once you've got, like, if I make a room for securing an Anomaly in here, once I've done that, then I could just bring it with me and research as we go. Yeah, the Dryad trees, like, there's certain ideologies that don't work with it. I'm actually sitting here thinking we can put a holding platform here. For the time being. So, it's about learning to build smaller spaces. I mean, to be fair, we're only using about half of the max size. And this is already a pretty decent sized... Like, if this was just your base, this isn't a trivially sized base. Alright, no more barracks. It's a hospital now. But yeah, no, Anomaly does have the weird thing that a lot of the events are kind of stationary. And all that, so I don't disagree on the front of Anomaly. I'd say that's actually kind of an outlier, being the only one that has the issue. Yeah, no, the ship is your colony. And as you can see, it does just gradually grow little by little as you move around and do stuff. Okay, so you've got that sword, so now we're gonna go furniture, shelves, granite. So we're gonna increase our overall storage. Okay, and with that, we are maxed. So let's go start exploring some ruins. Not Annabelle, you're missing a leg. Just shift you all the way to the right, just so... that. Made chili yesterday? I do enjoy me a good chili. Okay, we got a hunter drone down there. Got wasps there. Got a scorcher in that corner. Oh, not you. Scorcher in that corner. Usually there's a big hallway in these buildings. The hallway's gonna be one of these two. Got steel. You're going to be doing art? We haven't really gotten you on your lessons. That is not a very effective hallway. I need to make the art bench and I keep forgetting about it. So I guess for right now, production. Got more wasps over here. So honestly, for right now, because of those considered things that are hostile moving around, I do wonder if we'll have if we have an enemy raid roll in, if they will target the wasps as a hostile entity. Oh, there's no door this whole way. This is a weird ruin. No tomato, corn instead, don't have room in the pot for a tomato. Did use tomato paste, some flavor there. Chorizo stew, all that good stuff. Yep. Poor child. Here, I'll just leave the children out of this one. Okay. Actually, for this matter, open up.
It definitely feels like multiple ruins that got mashed together. There's more steel there, not too worried about that. Okay. The rest of you need to move up. You're too far away to be useful. The only reason I keep the ranged people here is just in the off chance we walk into an insect hive, because I have had the insect hives before where you pop in there and you immediately get caught by a locust. Herbal medicine, we could probably do that. We'll pop that door while you're getting in position. Alright, open it. What do you got? Yeah, you have a good one. Just trying to race to this one ruin as fast as we can. Okay, that will have explored all of that ruin. And we have a couple of dangers in there. But we admit that in the US, Georgia actually has the most cases of familiar relations. He's who walked into incest side, that's just Georgia. There's a bunch of that kind of stuff that comes up from time to time, that players that have reputations for that kind of thing. You know, some of it, there's some truth behind it, and some of it's just, you know, stereotypes and stuff. Is it the map we ended on last night? No, we've already jumped 2 or 3 times today. Alright, so, meanwhile, Marguerite, you go ahead and give him the herbal medicine. We should have plenty of that laying around. We'll certainly want more, but, you know, what we got is fine. Does their results change every 5 years or so? Yep. Yeah, no, same pawns. It's the same run. And I did deliberately leave those, because I'm curious if we have a raid come from the north that they'll cut through here, seeing these are like the nearest hostile. Go in, aggro those, get blown up a second time, and just kind of take care of themselves. Probably not really worth me dealing with it, but at the same time, I just don't feel like it. Okay, so that's waiting on plasteel. You're about to start getting that all pulled up. Inspired aiming and all that. So of the 4 ruins on there, we've already cleared 1. Oh, also, there were safes in there. It's saved, sealed are another thing you're looking for, and then they're hermetic containers, or whatever they're called. If you're gonna get goodies, they'll be in those 3 things. So a little bit of gold. Okay, so we've got a unique revolver. So it's a unique revolver with hollow point rounds, which is 20% more damage. And boosted accuracy. The downside is it is unfortunately
Not a very good unique weapon. Just in that it's a revolver. So even with its bonuses, just having a straight-up assault rifle is better. You can sing the song Big Iron on Your Hip, but when the person who's fighting the person with the big iron has a chain shotgun, Big Iron's not going to quite carry the day. You love how pawns who want to have bionics have no negative mood for void limbs? Yeah, that could be useful. Oh, we got our bionic leg. Okay, so Annabelle, we're gonna bump you up to good medicine, operations, add, install bionic leg, and it was your left leg that's missing? Yep. Time to go to bed. It's going to definitely cut back on how successful you are learning. Okay, and then Will's my best doctor. Get to it. Don't botch it. No, so what happens is, because she's unconscious, she's effectively missing time she could be learning. So it's more like the getting sick doesn't make you learn worse or whatever. It's the school you miss that makes you learn worse. And I'll send none. So she's basically missing out on about a day's worth of keeping her... Well, I mean, she'll probably not go down that much. That one won't be too bad. It's more like the gene thing that hurt them more, because that's actually the thing is we started this tier by doing the gene stuff to give them different genes, because Annabelle was a hybrid, and it was nothing but positive stuff, so her hunger rate was like 175%, so she's constantly eating. And you're mad about sunlight sensitivity? Alright, well I didn't take advantage of that when I should. Everyone's hungry. Let's see, are you disassembling the Steam guys every time you jump and building a new one? Are you finding a chance for the wasted materials worth it? Yeah, I mean, usually in Odyssey, you have more steel and components than you know what to do with. You're just constantly getting more and more steel every time you land, just mine it on that tile and you're just good to go. Odyssey takes a lot of your normal concerns, just hand waves them away. Yep, each map is new resources. So keeping your, like, 8 components and, like, 300 steel is no problem. It's only if I'm going from place in space to place in space to place in space that we'll start having some headaches around a lot of that. Yeah, when everyone wakes up in the morning and eats, we go over here, we check the next ruin, all that. Hey, Serverlord, how's it going? The Grav ship as a roaming strip mining operation is super powerful. Pretty much. Alright.
Meanwhile, we're running out of things we can research. Which will be interesting when it's like, okay, we could just ditch the research bench. But I wish you could have 2 grav ships running around. I see the appeal. It's still one of those things that I find RimWorld, once you start getting a lot of stuff going around where it's kind of hard to keep up, that definitely, for me, detracts heavily from my enjoyment of the game. And I imagine 2 grav ships would be kind of the same thing. Yeah, everything but shuttle research. Yep, that is how random research goes. Okay, so you're going to eat your simple meal and let's get scouting this stuff out. And you go skip that door. Actually, over here, pop that door. And it basically is keeping our range in a central location, so as we run around. And boom where they're needed. Granted, we're much far spread out than I should be. Okay. Alright, that's the kind of thing we're worried about. Luckily, you didn't get punished for it. Get all of you up here for a minute. Grab you two and have you go there. You have to get everyone in position. Okay. So you two can check this door. It's actually a little annoying because I can't really get people in there. Alright, how bad of a chomp did you get? Not a bad one. Okay, the rest of you run down here to support. Burnson can keep killing the hive. You see red? Yep, up there. I got hostiles in those rooms and all that. Yep, no, it's all good. So we're going to check as much of this as we can. Now, we do know when we had a Manhunter pack come through, they all spread out like they're going into combat. So I am fully expecting to run to something hostile over here. Alright, so we'll grab all of you. Okay, get on it.
Because as you can see, most of the stuff in this ruins, they're mostly just empty doors that you don't really care about. Manhunter pack right next to us, because of course. Back off as fast as you can. So they aggroed something in there. Which works out for me. Okay, you're still woozy from the surgery, so I'll have you back off. And you get stuck in your animation, so let's learn our lesson here. Okay, fall back. Stop cheating and walking through us. Okay, is that all of them? Alright. Go about your day. Order allow. Alright. You got a bunch of scratches, one little scratch, and you got a little scratch there. And a lot of people are getting overheated. And you're going to check the mystery box of mysteries, and it's a map. Cool. So give Mo to deal with all the exploded, you know, all the rats and all that. We probably would have still gotten away with it, but yeah, no, that would have been spicy. The worst case scenario, if that didn't go the way that it was, where we're not going to be able to run away, I could have turned and run down this way, pushed all my range back in here, and then put my melee there. It would have been a lot messier, but yeah. No, it's a little trolly that we were over here exploring, and then the enemies spawned right next to us. That's always one of the things with RimWorld is you can just get RNG'd down if you get unlucky with that kind of stuff. It's one of the reasons a lot of times when you're playing you'll end up having like a zone that only covers like most of the middle of the map to keep everyone away from the edges. You still haven't built that because of wood. We got a bionic arm. We would definitely like to get that on someone. But, we'll end up kind of wanting to probably check out this area first. Yeah, let's see. Body modder delighted. Sure. You're going to get the bionic arm left. We'll bump you up to getting proper medicine. Hopefully make it stick. And no, go back to bed. Okay. Because you want all your body mods, we can get you sorted. Yeah, no, I was tempted to duck in and see if they'd go after that, because the Manhunter pack probably would have gone in here and detonated all those and whatnot. It was just unfortunate in this particular case that I was more worried about actually just doing the damage to get rid of the rats than that. Alright, and so with that, you got yourself a bionic arm. Body modder enchanted. 4 artificial enhancements, and you're becoming more than human. But there's still some flesh that needs replacing. Excellent. Meanwhile, the rest of you, let's just grab all you. Keep exploring. Just a tiny bit of cash, that's a bit underwhelming. That's a goof. Get in there to assist. Okay, actually, with the armor, that's not that bad. When you have someone who's not armored up and they get caught like that, they usually won't die from it, but they can get really, really kind of nicked up until the point it becomes dangerous. Alright, that's like a whole separate building there, so let's go up here. Where's your doors? I mean, honestly, you're gonna do that far. Let's go over here, grab you two, pop into these doors, finish checking this place out. Then we got just that one last section of ruins to check. Yeah, I got the component box marked there, luckily. I can break through the walls, worst case. Alright, Jaywalker, you're gonna jump in on that one. Okay. Cool. And with that, You run down there. Support's on the way in case you need it. Yeah, this one only having doors on this side's a little upsetting. Okay. So all of you get around there. And we've got chem fuel. Oh, that's a bit of a mess. All right, you get on that one. You get in this one. Range, just get out of the way for 2 seconds. There's no reason to have you run in there and potentially take shots not going into your shields. Okay, let's see what we got in here. Some good stuff in you, nothing I'm willing to kill over though. Yeah. Yep. Gigas are like properly juiced melee pawn. We got a decent Zeus hammer on them. 2 Archotech legs. Okay. Cool. She, assuming she doesn't violence, let's see. Why are we taking... Oh. Okay, well, you cut through that room. That's gonna be a little bit of problem trying to reach that Scorcher. Let's see. So what was the question I missed there? Let's see. You just finished your laundry watching 73-minute cycle. Why are we even taking the kids? But not Marguerite. So Marguerite... Why was Marguerite not brought with us? I had a reason for it. Was it... Oh, she was down from surgery. So she couldn't participate for a minute. Well, that's unfortunate for you, man. You got kicked out of there. Ooh, advanced components. Oh, it's because the room's getting too hot.
That's fine. It's a bummer, but I'm just gonna keep fighting if I do it that way. I didn't check. Does that person have even a chance of surviving? Yeah, they do. There's nothing for you on this side, so get over here. Okay. There'll be a little bit of a... No, don't. It's fine. They've got like one room down there that's still burning. You're burning to superheater. What? Why are you down here? Get out of here. Must have let them go at one point. You go run over there. The rest of you run down here. The rest of you run down here. Oh, you're just standing around. Did you treat this person? Because with that, that'll be the last of the ruins. We're pushing a bit harder than I should be, but... Where are the components? There have been a bunch you've grabbed. Okay. Cool. That's all the ruins explored. Okay, orders. Allow all. Go safe. Got it. Got it. Didn't see it. Got it. Component box. Got him. And that's all I care about. There's no seal or hermetic. Are the advanced components on fire? Probably. But right now that room's 400 degrees, so... It is what it is. When I pulled up, when I looted the body and it spread it out into that room, I hadn't anticipated that. So we're going to lose the advanced components, but I'm not too fussed about that. We have enough opportunities to trade for things and all that I don't really care that much. And we can get plasteel by just going from place to place. It's mildly inconvenient, but only mildly. And that room's entirely wood floored, so it's just gonna burn. Let me guess, you're sitting here, everyone else went to bed.
even though you need treating. Alright, so you get about a little under half a season. It says you're already 12. Oh, right. Right, it's 13. Right. That's fine. So you get about 3/4 of a season for Annabelle, and then about just over a season for Tech, and then they'll be adults. So I'm going to go to this, and we are going to pause making children's vac suits. And then on the tailoring bench, we're going to pause making children's clothes as well. It looks like I did miss a door here. Right, because this place is still superheated. I'm surprised that room... Oh, it's because I opened up a wall that went into another room. But it might be a better question for Smurf, but why is it that doctoring at 1 rarely happens? Like everything. The actual reason it usually boils down to is if you have stuff like recreation scheduled or sleep scheduled. The doctoring is work. So if you don't have work scheduled for that time, they won't do it. And there's a lot of tasks they'll just have already queued up kind of thing that just takes a while. That's the actual kind of reality of why it does seem to just ignore it so often. But it is annoying. I do wish it was up there with like when you have a fire in your home zone where people run out and deal with it regardless of if they're really ready to deal with it or not. Good. Panther did decide to leave. I didn't want them to stay. Alright, so everyone's going through and dealing with all their stuff. Wait, there's one of those that we haven't opened? Where's the one we didn't open? Okay, you've been opened. There you are. Okay, have a lovely day. Because, I mean, I could kill that person for their advanced components and all that, but eh. We're gonna have an overabundance of stuff we can trade, an overabundance of stuff we can fit in our inventory, and yada yada. Alright, so we did get all the goodies out of the ruins. Nothing else really for us there. We'll get some uranium and all that kind of stuff out. Assign. Oh. Bean gets to climb into the machine. We got robust last time, but it came with the hemogen drain, Which it's like, no, I'm not putting Hemogen Drain willingly on one of my pawns. If I don't absolutely have to. So go ahead and put Bean in the machine. And how much longer till you all can go in there? So you've got... Alright, so we got under a year now before we can try and separate out super clotting. Because then we'll have super fast healing, very fast runner, and super clotting. Does Hemogen Drain do anything if not paired with Hemogenic? I don't know. I've never tried it. I would assume it's a whole thing. Or you cannot make Gene Pack like that. I genuinely don't know. I saw it and I was like, nope. That's the kind of stuff that I wish you could easily see without all those things. Has to be paired? Gotcha. So then I wouldn't be allowed to use it. Yeah, so most of the rat is unfortunately going to go rotten. But to be fair, the reason we didn't get that is because we explored all the ruins and we got some goodies. They'll haul back and do what we need to do with. Are you actually going to put them in here or what? We'll also need to get the wood so we can get chem fueled brewing. Yep. Good old guitar time. If I reinstall you there, that would give me room for one more of these if it comes down to it. They're slowly making all these rooms nicer. Okay, you finally got the art bench made. So you're going, because... So do forever, clear, jade, and obsidian. You can't do that yet, though. To start you off with small sculptures, and these are going to be assigned to Annabelle alone. And let's actually choose right now. Don't make them out of wood or steel. Stone, brick, anything but Vaxstone. Alright. How many panels do I have left? Oh, we're full up, full up. Remember the tree sprout, that's because we're feeding it plenty of rat. Pyrophobia. No thank you. Yep, it's all good. I mean, it had the other way for the longest time, so it's not surprising that, you know, it gets kind of overlooked and all that. Alright, so for right now, I'm going to go ahead and move those two production benches inside the ship here. I definitely don't want them to stay there long term, but that will spare me needing to go and place them down again and again every time. Even though placement-wise, that is very horrible relative to the rest of the kitchen, but we can, once we get another grav core, whatever, we can expand out here somewhere or whatever, make room for it.
Now let's go on this bench and change it up a little bit. Marble, do until you have 200. Slate, do until you have 200. Granite, do until you have 200. Limestone, do until you have 200. Sandstone, do until you have 200. Okay, so have all the individual types of stones called out. And then this only applies if nothing else, like if we're under the stuff or anything else, because that'll help make sure we get things made. You have here in half cleaning the house and changing beds since the nephew and niece are in town for the weekend. So kind of cleaning up a lot. Yeah, no, I know that feeling. Nothing cleans the house, you know, faster than having company. And they're still just hauling away all the rats. Nothing messes up your house faster than company either. You are correct. Our ideology with color is like a, yeah, it's like a purple. And I am starting to get some spare dye. Okay. Gotta have our racing stripes, it's important. Wouldn't want our ship to be slow after all. Poison beasts. You're willing to give me some masterwork weapons if I fight 11 hippos. Bulk trade good ship. I was about to say, like, just say bulk trade good, period. I actually do want the uranium as well. Get that. This game just doesn't get old. There's definitely times you need a break from it, but yeah, no, it's a solid game. It's one you can keep coming back to again and again. Nutramine, we'll get that. You can have all of this bits of leather and all that I don't really need. You know, a bit of side tea. I don't really care about any of that right now. Guys, give me just a tiny bit of money. Let's go here and grab the Nutramine and bring it in. Then you use that to get our Penioxylin. So, hippos are one of those enemies that are relatively new. Well, animals are relatively new. So we could use the uranium, and I could use that to reinforce parts of the ship we end up destroying in our fighting. They're also needed for, like, when we go to get the cataphract armor and all that. The Masterwork Hellcat is pretty nice. Dealmaker. Ooh, sorry, buddy. I already actually have someone who can fill that role. So we're just all going to hide in the ship for a moment. And I'm going to go ahead and get the uranium, if you don't mind. No, that's the Anomaly DLC. We're not running any mods that change any meaningful anything.
The only mods we have is I don't get to control my research. You don't get to control our research and all that, and stuff like that. I'm guessing metal horror. I'm planning to kill the hippos. I'm just letting them clear out a bunch of these mines and all this kind of stuff. Interestingly enough, they didn't okay, well, they triggered that mine. Okay, that's all I needed. I was just waiting for them to engage him first. Well, I stand corrected. No metal horror. Honestly, with all the firepower we have, I'm just down here to hold the line. Alright, would you look at that? All the horrible, horrible hippos have been defeated. And then with this news, that room's now free game. They didn't actually destroy the hunter trap, so I'm gonna run up here real fast and just deal with the hunter trap real quick. Because I don't have any dangers to deal with. I'm actually surprised, because they did run through that way in one or two of them, and then just didn't trigger anything. So I wonder if I got penalized for not seeing him. Nope. There we go. Put that shield belt to work. Only did 2 hit points of damage. Oh, right. I moved that in the ship. That is actually going to be a bit of a problem, but that's okay. Pods have arrived, which is our uranium. And then the barrels I'm not so fussed about. A sparrow is self-tamed and removed itself from the mortal coil. Okay, so little by little we're going to start making our ship look nice as well. Is it an important use of time? Yes. Oh, I didn't realize like, it actually gave you art XP. It makes sense that it does. I just hadn't noticed. Alright. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and make the ship dark.
outside of those areas we just painted. Alright. Hey, I missed a spot. So it's not gonna get done in any meaningful time frame, but that's okay. I'm sure no matter how much I try to be diligent, we probably will miss a couple of spots, but that's okay. Okay, doing a quick once-over. Yeah, I'm sure I missed some doors or whatever, but we'll let that keep going. And so that way Annabelle can work on getting her art skill up, because then hopefully we'll be able to pop over here and make the actual statues, so I can put them in the bedrooms to start bumping those bedrooms' qualities up. So we can hopefully get them to be impressive or somewhat impressive. Alright. You didn't put a roof over that, did you? Okay, just making sure. Major break risk on you because you're ravenously hungry and super sleepy. I'm not entirely sure why you're wandering around with those problems. Also, is there a reason you're leaving those floors? Am I, like, missing that this is a zone of some kind? Because it feels like there just ends up being more and more of those laying on the floor, when I could certainly store it in here. Let's make sure that's not, like... Yeah, no, it's not zoned. Alright, it's whatever. They'll get there, or they won't. Okay. We are getting some marble and dragging it back. So granite, limestone, plate. I was checking to see if we had marble floating around here. We actually still have all this gold laying around here to bring back. People are hauling, it's fine. I'm not rushing any of this. Alright, so you're starting to make her medicine again, which is good. Because I'm pretty sure we ran out a while ago. Okay, so you're up to growth tier 6, and you're at 4. There's a good chance you'll make it all the way up to 8. It'll be close, but I think you'll get it. Alright, we got Metal Blood Serum done. Okay, so once you're done teaching your lesson, I'm going to make you go out of your way to butcher. That's actually fine. We can let it sit. They'll get there what they can. Alright. Yeah, so we are slowly making the ship have better aesthetics to it. Doing our silly racing stripes. All that kind of stuff. Which, we'll want to go here. Orders. We get those painted stripes on the floor there. Unfortunately, until we put our actual nice floors there, we don't want to do more on that. Stash of goods. Don't need it. We don't need a steel place. We're not going to go bother with the farming place. We're good on gold. There's so many ruins. There does need to be an option to be like, hey man, could you just like not show the complexes here? Because all of these are every single year in the game, you get one complex will appear. With the exception of the anomaly monolith. And then like the stuff under the grav ship and the ship to the stars. It almost feels like it really just shouldn't bother showing it on the quest list. Like have it show on the map certainly. On the quest list, it doesn't really feel like it meaningfully does anything. Alright, so. For our next destination, if there is a plasteel asteroid we can reach, we'll go to that. Because I very much doubt we can jump far enough to get to any of those. Let's see what we got. What could we reach if we left now? I mean, we actually could reach the mech platform or the plasteel. So get to the mech platform, get in our grav core. The next grav core I might just make into more power. We'll get a bunch of gravlite panels I won't really be able to use for anything. But that's fine. Okay. Need to continue to just work through all this stuff. I'm gonna have you take over butchering just to get the last of those hippos butchered. And you are upset because you are tired and sleepy and everything. It's fine, we're building up our supply of chem fuel, which has been overdue. We get plenty of heal root and all that. And as you can see, we're dumping a bunch of meals outside because there's no room for them in here. Okay, beam weapons. Next up, we got tox gas. And with that, that'll be literally everything at the machining level. And we're only missing a couple researches in the whole game. It'd be nice to get everyone into like cataphract and marine armor and all that, but it's going to be an effort to do that. I'd honestly feel very, very comfortable that we could handle the finale right now, too. Like, genuinely, I think we'd have a pretty good shot at it, because we can disable most mechs and handle them. I haven't had, like, the finale give us, like, Diabolus or anything. Well, actually, no, it did it. I think it might have actually thrown a Diabolus at me the one time I did it. But it was one of those things... Or no, I don't... I think it did. But I think we just shut it down and killed it real fast. Because at that point we're packing. Alright, so we got incoming mechs.
How long? 19 days, so basically an eternity. We'll be out of here regardless of that, long before that point. Because we'll have kind of decked out our ship with everything worth doing on this tile. Because as you can see, we're just piling junk outside now. I'm kind of just trying to give him a moment to cook up whatever that meat is until the meat rots away. To get our package meals out of it. So they put as much package meals in here as possible. Yeah, I figure we go for the next one, get our next grav core. Get ourselves more internal power. And try and get to the point where basically I don't need to put down the geothermal, we just have all the power built in the ship. Hosting a noble. I can't do it even if I wanted to, so later. Is there anything we're storing here that's an absolute don't want? Oh, that's right. I think we went in here and we said for textiles, we were only keeping, like, the cloth and all that. One thing we'll do is go to our weapons. Nope, 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 nope. Only keep the good stuff. Persona weapons I'll always hold on to. Grenades, only the EMP. Stop holding on to a lot of these weapons I'll probably never use. Honestly, for, like, a lot of this, unless it's a unique one, yeah, we'll keep the unique stuff. Headgear. I'm not going to keep any of that. Armor. Keep all those out. Keep that out. Utility I'll leave alone. Actually, no tox packs. And the rest that's fine. Noble apparel at this point. Only the formal shirt. Headgear at this point, don't keep any of it unless the stellar crown we were to get, which I doubt. And miscellaneous, none of it. Alright. Basically dumping most of the clothes out of here. We got tattered apparel on Rongor, which is your double strand pants. And that's just because you're wearing the better armor. That suddenly does make me realize, when we're wearing the marine armor and all that, because of it covering up the legs and all that, I probably will need them to be able to make pants. Don't use cloth. Just because the marine armor and all that covers up your legs and all that, versus the flak armor has its, like, you have flak pants, it's its own thing. I'm pretty sure you can't use flak pants with the marine armor and all that, I could be wrong. At this point, don't bother planting. Hey, look, a very poorly made piece of art. But hey, it's your first effort. You gotta start somewhere, and you're learning. And you're getting, both of you are getting real close to aging up. That sounds about like in real life. And I mean, it was your first statue. Everyone expects your first piece of art to be hot rubbish. Like, Mom might still love it, but, you know, it is what it is. It's a squiggle on a piece of paper, or in this case, it's a chunk of rock you just knocked out a bunch of pieces out of. Dark visions because you're hungry. What? Dude, we've got like 600 meals here and there's no restrictions. I mean, I guess the problem is they're all climbing through a bajillion doors and opening them one by one, so it takes them, you know, a straight week to get back. Alright, so we're finally getting Great Bow. Don't get raided while you're down there. It's not the way I want to lose a pawn. Hauling components, hauling components. How about instead of steel, you grab the gold? Go ahead and grab the gold. Be nice if a trade caravan came by. It'd be a real good time to, like, clean out some back inventory. Let's see, copy settings. Paste, link, paste. Allow. Storage. Pants. Gonna cause us some grief, but I do need to store a pair of pants there. Yeah, I think the problem is they're basically going to the absolute opposite end of all existence to grab wood to make the chem fuel, just because this map is pretty terrible for wood. But that's fine. We're getting our chem fuel resupplied. We already have a full fuel tank. It's just we have full fuel tank for one jump, and then we will be low once that's done. All right. Yeah, so that'll be the last of the meat rotting there, and then they can haul this in. And then there's no more meat, so you can get a couple stacks of that in there. You're good for a while. You're getting down to 2 seasons until we can start trying to get that super clotting to everybody. I still need more negatives. Actually, that's not true. With the cellular instability, we can use that with the other one. But it would be good to get ourselves, you know, some people we bring in to just try and get negatives out of them, or trade for them. Because, like, most of the negatives here are stuff I don't want to deal with. Okay. Yeah, we're almost completely out of Vaxstone there.
Yep, and that'll be the last of the meat. Alright. Oh, we got our next piece of art. It's awful. That was a step in the wrong direction, but that's okay. We'll get you there. And honestly, let's go ahead and reassign our people. So melee, you're going to go space melee, and then anything is going to go spacefarer. So let's get everyone ready to go ahead and go for space. Delete that zone. Don't leave your flak stuff outside. Bring it all back in. I'd rather you dump all your flak stuff here. Man, I wish when we changed the assignment, they wouldn't just, like, hitch their clothes to the ground. It's a very annoying mechanic. Alright, so since we de-zoned that, they shouldn't leave anything out there at all. Let's give them a minute to try and drag anything in. We should see them idle. They're just going and they're running down all the clothes they just chucked on the ground. You still need to change your clothes to what we need, and you still need to change your clothes. Everyone else is ready for space. Yes, you're grabbing uranium. You're still grabbing components that we're finding. I don't know where. Did you just miss the good fight? No, we're good. It's actually been pretty quiet on this tile. We had two pretty beefy Manhunter packs come through here. Recon armor, love to see it. Berries, chem fuel refining, chem fuel refining, chem fuel refining, components. Okay, nothing else is left out here. Alright, is everyone swapped? Everyone's in their other clothing, so let's go ahead and choose to get out of here. We got 500 package meals on standby. But I could sit here and just wait for stuff to keep coloring our walls and all that, but there's just no need for it. Alright, so let's go hit the mech cluster, the next mech station. Let's see, we got jade, steel, plasteel. Let's go for the mech platform. I didn't turn off all my stuff, that's okay. And then the plan for this one is to increase the power on our ship. It'd still be nice to get ourselves like a little hydroponics room or whatever. While we're landing, I'll quickly mute my mic and eat some of my food real fast. This has interesting considerations. So, I could potentially do something where you put, like, the ship like this, and I could go off either side, so if we get attacked, I can run through my ship and force them to go around. We also have popping down here, where I can force all enemies to approach from the right. That's interesting. So you can potentially abuse this a little bit. Let's see how it works. So he overheated, so we're stuck here a little bit longer. Yeah, so with this, I've got my defensive position here, and I've actually got lined up where they would have to feed themselves in here. In the meantime, I did forget to turn all this stuff off before we landed. So let's turn all these off. Okay. Start with that and see how it goes. Oh, and you two off. There's not much anything else for you to cook for right now. Oh, don't disallow. Turn off your power. Okay, how's our power grid looking now? There's 25 spare power. But it does look like everything's functional. So go ahead and start hacking doors when you get the chance. Yeah, so the plan here is I could fight them in this area as much as possible, and I do have 2 alternate doors. So it is the thing that I could fight them here and then duck through this way to force them to come around this way and then try and go back and forth. This would be a little less usable, but we'll see. In the meantime, we're just kind of chilling here. I don't see anything flashing that it doesn't have power that isn't turned off. Yeah, what we'll do is we'll end up putting a couple tiles here to shove another one of these in the wall. Which I'll probably have to pull up some tiles to accommodate that, which could be easily these 3 tiles here is the one I can pull up. I pull up those 3, put 2 of them here, and that gives me enough room for another grav core. It's your birthday, you'll pun if you want to. When you ever try to eat the healthy chocolate bar, it Snickers at you. You told me that joke yesterday. We did that one. That was I made the comment about, like, you had caught me with a joke I hadn't heard anything like it before, and then you followed up with that. I was like, okay, I hadn't heard that one, but, you know, I've heard stuff like that one. Is you send to do? Yep. We did that yesterday. It's all good. Alright, so I'm just going to let him go around and hack all the doors first this time, just to give me more options for moving around. And then once all the doors are popped open, then we'll go through and actually get in there, start clearing up. That's fine. They're just gonna give me a little bit of steel. Grav core detected. Orbital platform. Alright. So everyone get back. You're not going to cut through and do anything. Of course, it'd be the child who's like, I'll cut through the middle of the base you haven't cleared. All right. Okay, so that's gonna be a pretty juicy room to clear, but that's okay. It's gonna potentially get real messy real fast. Start the shooting, please. Start the shooting, please. The Lancer almost got a shot off. Okay. Yeah, let's try not to engage these rooms from the narrow hallways. That can put you at a disadvantage. I guess it's kind of one way or the other. All right. There's a real weird layout. Okay. So that's a spicy room. So we got two Scorchers over here. Got a Militar. It's actually not as bad as I thought. It's a big open space, but there's not much occupying said space. All of you get ready to follow in. Actually, you go after the far one, you go after the near one, because you're faster. Okay, nice and clean. Okay, so that's all tunnels to all that. Grab a range and duck over here. Compared to Atmosphere, where the fires can actually do burning. Yeah, Scorchers aren't so bad. The Tesserons will still cause you to scatter. My fear isn't actually the fire damage. Oh! Oh, I just like this room. Okay, so we got two Scorchers, we got a Centipede Burner. Tesseron, there's a turret there, there's a Militar. It's not super awful, but the fear is, again, someone catches fire, and then while they only stay in fire for just a split second, that's enough where they run into the room and die. I think every single Odyssey run I've done, I've had at least one case where someone catches fire, runs into the death room, and just gets absolutely murdered. There's a pikeman and a Militar, two Militars. Alright, so you go after that one, you go after the pikeman. EMP. I use Zeus Hammers as my EMP. If I use an actual EMP, I have to worry about knocking out my my shield belts. Okay, so we've got a Lancer and a Scorcher. And then there's a gun back there in the corner. So you get on that one, you get on this one. I missed the Militaire, but that's okay. Alright. Nice and clean. It won't be too much longer before people start having to worry about hypothermia. Okay, so hack those two doors. There's nothing more to see here. Yeah, now the burner centipede, mostly it's just tanky. Like, if it was a blaster centipede, I'd be a lot more worried about it. But a burner centipede up in space, like I said, kind of the biggest concern is just putting you out of position. But really the only one's likely to kill me out of position, it's honestly the mini slugger. Because all the rest of that is fire. Okay, so we've got a Scorcher, a Cyclops, a Lancer, and then the 2 sentries. I actually would like you to wake up. Wake up. Wake up, wake up. You smell funny? Why won't you wake up? Aggro me. There you go. Ooh. You ran outside. Let's have you all duck back. We can deal with those they keep chasing. Surprise! Yes, we've got the Scorcher and the Cyclops. Ah, you're running back in. I was about to say that Cyclops actually not in a bad position, just make a move on it. Okay. You keep retreating back. Have a chase. And you two rush after the Cyclops. Oh, that is a dangerous one. Get this done. Please get this done. Please get... That was not how I should have done that. Luckily... Wait, permanent what injury? Oh, just an eye injury. That's fine, we can get you a new eye. Alright. So, this room is off limits for right now. And this room is off limits for right now. And you can open up that. This room is off limits for right now. Also set that to be off limits. Alright. So I can go ahead and deal with their medical treatment. Just got a bunch of bruises and all that. I overestimated just how fast Giga was. Because Giga's like stupid fast, but not necessarily fast enough to run that. One more pod to... Oh, there is one more pod to activate in the first room.
Raid Epic Comet. Okay, schedule, safe. And is it prepares or attacks immediately? Attacking immediately. Get ready to jump on whoever pops out of that. Nicely done. And if you could just all run back home now. Also, strip those clothes. Well, we'll see how this goes, because they're running through and fighting everything. Hey, space is kind of rough, man. Okay, I do see that some of them are starting to get in position to start their fight back. They're fighting something fiercely in here. Like, I'm just hearing violence going on in that room. Okay, I think we're okay for right now. There's no door on this side either, so they actually have to come back out of that room. So again, this is working out exceptionally well for us. They didn't get a whole lot of hits there, but they did damage both the Scorchers. The fighting stopped. They went in there, and there was a bunch of shooting, and it got real quiet, and they didn't come back out. Ooh, hey, why is your power down? Oh, okay, need something else to power off. Because that needs to stay powered. Why are you sleeping on the floor? There we go. Oh, I know what's happened here. This is on me. I didn't expand my areas for what's considered indoors and all that. And make sure that's zoned to the home. I was like, why is everyone just chilling out there? So get your sleep, get all recovered. Because we can go on, wipe those out pretty easily. Gonna get one shot off before my melee can get on them. We can pop that to make sure we're safe, because I'll forget that's there.
They took out all the dangerous stuff in this room for me already, so we can actually allow all these doors. And they fought something in here and lost to it. We got anything good for this base? Well, we'll get a grav core. That's why we're here, is to get the grav core. Did you not get treated? Please treat the people. Was a grav core? It's not a big blue glowy thing. So this is the grav engine. The grav core is what lets me put down more tiles on there. So like that required a grav core, this required a grav core. This thing here that gives me 1200 power for basically indefinitely requires a grav core. It's just a very valuable crafting material. But you can only get it from places like this. Alright, so you're mostly in relatively good shape. Let's let you finish in your rec room here for a minute. And as soon as that's done, we go out, we take out the centipede burner and those 2 scorchers. And then we're going to go and figure out what the hell went down in that room. Okay, and you're mostly healed up already. One of the advantages of having the healing bonuses. So what's your range? Come on, get its attention. Okay, we're starting to shoot. Back around the corner. I didn't actually expect them to take out the Scorcher there, but that's fine. The plan's pretty straightforward. We have everyone here. Centipede rolls up. And these 2 jump on the centipede, and then everyone just opens fire. So, on it. There are rules, sir. You are being meleeed. Okay, anyone get hurt too badly? No. No, very minor injuries. Okay, so that room is no longer immediately dangerous. We'll choose to open that. Let's go up here and deal with these real quick. Make sure whatever's in there we deal with. Then, like I said, we gotta check out that room. There's room up here and a room over here to search still. Let's get you all here. Open box number 1. Box number 2. Box number 3. Okay, all clear there. Grab all of you up here. Get this one popped open. Brought a wooden hammer to a mech fight. I didn't even notice. Look, man, it's a family heirloom. Alright, so what are we actually in for in this room? Because like I said, everyone walked in here and nobody came out. That's a big basket of nope in there.
Okay, change of plan positioning. Let's get the back out of that room. Oh, that's gonna be a real mess. Okay, start by just engaging here. I hate Tesserons so much. How do I want to do this? Does it fall back the whole way? Because the Tesseron's still going to be a menace. So you here. You there. I'll deal with your stuff in a minute. You over here. Just back off. Let's see how far they chase. Oh good, the militaries are getting separated out from the others. Okay. So get here. All of you get ready to engage the militaries. Be quick about it. Okay, there's a Tesseron starting to get into position. What's your range? It's long, right? Okay, you all back off. And you all back off. You zip over here. Everyone back out entirely. You don't need to get double blasted by Cyclops. So we're losing ground fast. I'm giving up way faster than I should. I'm trying to peel off the militaries real quick. Jay Walker, keep backing up. Okay, let's duck in before that Cyclops ruins our day. Alright, so we're getting pretty messy here. I understand how a lot of them died there. So I'm hoping they'll split up here so we can go after them. I mean, at this point, this fight's already... Okay, this is perfect. Get that Militer. Okay, Militer sorted. Next contestant. Oh, nope, there goes the Centipede the other way. That's fine. Because they're basically trying to catch him as they split up. Alright. Go to the Tesseron. Get it, get it, get it. Can I grab the next one? Alright, minor break. Let's go ahead and get people patched up. It looks like they're backing up. We took out all the worst ones. Now I just got a Cyclops and the Gunner. The Pikeman's not too big a threat as long as it's not just let loose. Yeah, we're dealing with some hypothermia anyways. Yeah, no, if I should have used that at the beginning, you're not wrong. At this stage, we're so far into it, using the combat command would kind of be a waste. Because we also don't know what's up in these rooms, so if we have another really hot room, it'd be good to have that in the back pocket. Okay, you almost died there. So I'm going to let everyone start getting patched up. If the Cyclops gets too close to our base, I'm going to have my melee run it down. Get it. Go, 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 go. Get done, goofed.
But you saw the concern with the Tesseron as the one person caught fire and started running their way. Luckily, we had 2 people standing right there to put out the fire real fast. We got the pikemen. Did you actually get treated, or are you just laying there bleeding? Cool. Alright, so the pikeman's gonna be way, like, days ahead. So when it gets down here, we're gonna run up to the pikeman. Alright, drop it like it's hot. Get it done. And now you go inside. And now we wait on the centipede. And the centipede's actually completely unharmed. Cargo pods. Thanks for delivering the Nutrimine directly to my front door. It is appreciated. Okay, so we just wait till it gets close. Our melee jumps on it and everyone else backs him up and just unloads hell. Alright, melee, it's go time. Ranged. Get ready to pile in here. Okay. Yeah, because these 2 went in, or 4 went in here, and it's like, they went in and they didn't come out. I'm like, alright, there's something nasty in there, because whatever was in there, you know, took a pretty good number of people and just peeled them away. How do you like your centipede served? Yeah, that's kind of the thing. With this defensive position, they can only hit a couple of spots. But it does help a lot. You got Gravlite panels. Imagine existing for 731 years, and some guy with a Zeus hammer and some backup just blaps you. Yep. I was actually surprised I didn't end up waking up anything in that room. Where are you going? Ancient Grav Engine. Yeah, that's fine. Right now, we're just hacking the doors, and letting people run around and grab goodies. I got the last little area to check up there. Oh, I didn't do this. Giving a place for them to bring stuff back to if there's not enough space in my storage. Yeah, so I'm just giving them a chance to let our people recover a little bit. Yep, so when everyone wakes up in the morning, they have their snack. We're gonna run up here, clear more of this. This is the important thing we wanted. Oh, also it reminds me, production. Cue that up. Alright, well everyone's, well, not everyone. Most of the people aren't actually. Once we get more people up. Guarding Jackalope. So I need to not accept this quest yet, because Jackalope will die if they land up here in space. They'll drop him outside my ship, and they'll immediately start getting murdered by the vacuum of space. Go ahead and hack that door. So I can start checking all this stuff. Okay, grab everybody. Run over here. Okay. We got a book on the fundamentals of melee. Some plasteel. Let's actually not have you go in there because you'll get take the mood penalty for seeing corpses. We've got those tree seeds we talked about that make it so you can have oxygen in space and all that. Unfortunately, if you're not going to stay put on an asteroid, they're borderline useless. Well, that's not fair. That one's already open. Okay, so with this we got options. Grab you over here, because this is the next likely place to cause me grief. We could check. It probably is. Yep, orbital bombardment. They were great in caves and stockpiles. This is fair. Okay. So no immediately deployed stuff, so let's go ahead. You all start bunching up here. Alright, and then the last one. Okay, and empty, 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 empty. That's gonna be probably some hallway. Yep. Alright. So this would be like another place we kind of beachhead it where we just, well actually, we can do this in a way that, I mean I don't want to go the whole way around. You all get ready to dump into that corner. You get ready to intercept whatever pops out. Okay. Please hit it better. Thank you. I was getting a little worried he's actually going to get the shots off because of the accuracy penalty from range. And there is one more room potentially there? Nope, just a hallway. Alright, so with that, we can undraft everyone. There's one door to hack here, and one door to hack there. Those rooms are unlikely to have anything that's a threat to us. We can go orders, allow, no one's restricted in any way. So just start collecting your goodies, bringing it back, doing your stuff. You can allow that door now. Alright, meanwhile, let's have you peek in here. Glitter World, love to see it. And a poke in the eye. Oh, yeah, let's just not forget this thing real fast. It is the entire reason we came here. Alright, so from there it's just collect our goodies, process the mechs. It's an inflatable mace that squeaks. Oh, hey, okay, hang on. No human leg, please. And then meanwhile, we can go over here and say zone. Human leg. Alright. So we're just gonna start clearing everything out of here. They'll start tearing apart the mechs and all that. We've got more than enough food. There's not really anything here worth taking apart. So far as, like, destroying these will just give me slag that I can turn into a tiny bit of steel. We do have the drop pods here. We can potentially take extra goodies I don't have space for here and launching it down to them. I don't anticipate we'll have much of that. What did you get? The big thing is you get the grav core and the grav light panels, and again, that's how you make your ship bigger and do the special space stuff. We did get like a little plasteel and a little bit of this and that otherwise, but that's kind of the big thing is the grav core and all that. You can go there. No tainted clothes. Alright. What we're going to want to do is shred some of those mechs. I believe, if I remember correctly... Is that not tainted? That is tainted. Where are you taking that? You shouldn't be allowing tainted clothes. And again, it did just tell you not to carry tainted clothes. Guess they got separated out? Okay, there we go. Now they're not doing it. Yeah, so there's one or two of them that got separated out. I think we end up splitting them. Yeah, so they got split into two different groups. Copy the settings, do this, and paste the settings. All right. Yeah, you got another statue of poor quality. What are you? Oh, you already had a sandstone when you started. All right. So yeah, we just have them processing all those. Wifey,
Love you.
I love you too.
I love you more.
I love you more.
No, there's no possible.
And yet it be.
I love you more than the sun and the earth and the stars and the moon and the planets and the sky and the whales. Yeah, more than the whales.
You can head into bed?
Yeah.
Okay, that's responsible.
Thank you. Or, how can we pause that? I sent you a cookie. Why you laugh?
Because you're silly.
I'm not silly. Hi, Draconic Door. Hi, Burning Sun. Hi, Infinity Simplex. It's not funny.
From the camera, it just looks like a ghost costume flapping, because, yeah, she's got a blanket wrapped on her.
I have a blankie.
I'm
I'm a ghost.
Alright, you should sleep well.
You sleep well.
No. Okay, so yeah, we're loading up all the stuff we can, disassembling the mechs. I want them to disassemble the centipedes. Yeah, Tomb is a fun time. Yeah, when we go down, we are going to have to wait for our next mission. We've got enough chem fuel to go wherever we need to right now, but we're slightly less than absolutely full. And then all my shelves are depleted, so we will need to land probably on like a boreal or a temperate tile to just scoop up a bunch of trees to start processing chem fuel as aggressively as we can. We missed out way earlier in the run that I had to choose between a chem reactor, and I don't remember what the other thing was. Either way, it wouldn't matter, because that was before we lost our grav ship the first time. But it would be nice to get a chem reactor to just get that trickle feed of chem fuel. Inspired taming. Okay, what can we tame here? Oh, right, space. Yeah, we got our fancy tree seeds. Tame the space. Alright, I'm not seeing anyone else going up here, which implies we've grabbed everything of value out of this place. So what we can do here... is set up another one so you can just smash the mechs faster. Do the same here. Just smash all the mechs you can. I don't care about the steel. It's stuff like the centipedes. I remember some of them can give you components and some of them can give you plasteel. But I think it's only the ones like the centipede, the my brain's saying Hive Queen, but like the War Queen, that's the one. The War Queen. I thought the Cyclops could, but they only gave me steel. Unless they got quietly nerfed, but I would kind of doubt that. How long till you grow up? Oh, that's something we got to be careful of. Okay, you are not allowed to leave. The children are not allowed to leave the ship, because any minute now, they're going to age up. And when they do, their clothes are going to explodeth off their bodies. At which point, if they're in the vacuum of space, that's what you call a big bad. I haven't lost a colonist that way. I've seen it happen to people. I've seen it happen where they'll have, like, a kid out here, like, nature running on the far end of the platform, and then their clothing explodes off of them, and they just die to the vacuum of space. It's one of those things, just with how it worked, you kind of wish the game had, like, a little buffoonery where it'd hold the age up till they got back. You're saying your colonist children molt? Yes. Yeah, no, and the other thing, that's actually another one you can get yourself in trouble with. With your parallel policies, you can have it when the clothing gets, like, worn out enough, you can bring it up from this side, so, like, at 50%, they'll just chuck their clothes on the ground, you know, and go for whatever the next piece of clothing is. If you have that set and you're in space, and they hit that 50%, which is likely to happen while they're fighting, they'll take their vac suit and go, up, it's worn, chuck it on the ground, die to vacuum. You should name the name of the settlement. Why on earth would I name this? You think they patched that? I hope so, because it was definitely one of those things that you had it happen to people, and it was just not a good time. Yes, there we go. So we got some plasteel. Hey, Baghdad Bob, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. That's 5 months you've been subbed to the channel. I do appreciate it. Yep. Well, you're not on Earth, so you should name it. Well, that's the thing. You name the platform, but then you're going to leave, so I don't want to put any actual effort into naming it, knowing I'm just going to be ignoring it from here on out. Yeah, so one of them gave me a little plasteel. I saw it up here. Didn't see where the rest went. Alright, and with that, that is everything of value here, so let's get the... I have to wait. We did that so fast that I have to wait just like another minute before I'm allowed to leave. We finished this entire place, including a raid, and salvaged everything at such a quick speed, we have to wait to be allowed to leave. So, everyone hang out. Make it a little awkward. Okay, we can leave now. Alright. I'm not gonna go to the abandoned orbital platform yet. Ooh. There is plasteel, but right now we need to get more chem fuel. So for the time being, there's a sunny valley, there's max pollution there. There's wet climate lake. We probably don't want to go to anything that isn't like, basically we want to have some place we can get trees. Alright, so unfortunately it doesn't look like there's any place with trees, particularly below us, that we want too much. I'm just gonna drop in. I will hit one with some hills or whatever. Yeah, we're not gonna be picky. We're just gonna hit a random tile with hills. We're going to replenish our chem fuel. Our food supplies are honestly doing fine. We're going to tear open the side of the ship that I mentioned to go and put like the next power generation area. So we get another 1200 watts that I don't need a power core. I'm kind of tempted to just go from place to place to get enough power cores that I don't have to toggle anything. Ooh, this is kind of a fun tile. Yeah, that's the one we're using. Getting a little chonky. Getting harder to be picky about where we land. That'll do. Alright, so go power. Put in our place for the power cable to poke out that side in case we need it. Oh, I didn't think about that part. Okay. Alright, we got components there. So let's start this stuff while it's going. So ore. Oh, also schedule unrestrict. And also assignments. Alright, before we do this,
Everyone gather in the middle of the ship. Get up there. Assignments. Space melee, or sorry, melee, anything. Okay. Proceed to strip off all your clothes. That way it's not all kicked outside. So there's potatoes. Strawberries. I doubt we'll grow it, but corn. Heel root. Cotton. It won't happen, but devil strand. Actually, don't do that one. And the dye. Okay, so what we're going to want to do here is go to orders, floors, remove foundation here and here. We're going to add that foundation over here. Then we're going to want to pop this one segment of wall down. And the other thing we want to do is go to zone, dumping stockpile, low, allow all, no rotten, and no human-like. I also need to collapse some of these things. I got too many of them expanded. There we go. Alright, and now I do this. So, ore, what ores do we have available on the map? Nothing we care about. Is there plasteel exposed on the map? Nope. Gold would show up under ore. We've got plasteel. We're going to be wanting some steel. Actually, how's our steel? No, steel's good. Don't do the steel. We're looking for good ore spots. We do have bugs on the map. That is something to be mindful of. Doesn't seem like a lot of them. And that's not an ancient danger, it's a damaged wall with a door. That's just a ruin. Yeah, so it looks like that's the only spot of bugs on the whole map. Let's not dilly-dally then, because all that'll happen is, like, eventually we'll have a mood break. Someone will run over there, going to get the insect jelly and get utterly murdered. So while everyone's on good terms and all that. And pop right over here. Okay. And now I don't need to worry about it. Okay, so there wasn't that much exposed compact machinery. That's fine. Alright. And good. We're up to good art. Are you at the point you could do statues yet? You are. So I appreciate your good art, but it's never going to be ever made again. So stop making the small sculptures, and instead you're going to make statues. You are allowed to use anything but Vaxstone. Jade and Obsidian is definitely preferred, but we don't have either of those at all, so
you know, I guess don't. Okay, so what type of stone does this map have? Slate. 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 All wildlife is forfeit. Limestone. We can actually check it this way. Slate, limestone, sandstone. Gotcha. So we check on you. Limestone should be the one you should prioritize. We do have stuff being built out of that still. So after limestone, is it slate? Yeah, so slate would be the next one to consider. Then sandstone. So with that said, let's go down here and go to structure, walls. I can't choose it yet. I was going to say make slate to block this off. That way, if something attacks, it wants to go around here, it'll go all the way around here and try and attack from this angle. And then they can put slate on this side with another door there. And kind of really prioritize this, because this is like up against the wall. So I can't sneak in behind. Okay, so you did get this. Build your second one of these. Go orders. Menace pot. Ho ho, okay. So you're willing to offer me some pretty sick weapons and a whole lot of reputation. It would be 4 centipedes, 2 militars, 2 pikemen, 2 scorchers, 5 scythers, a tesseron, a toxic spewer, a countdown thing, 3 proximity activators, mech nodes, 4 mech birthers, 2 mech capsules, 1 mech beacon, 2 auto inferno turrets, and 2 mini sluggers. So to be fair, I like my Zeus hammers more, so I'm not going to be using the obsidian longsword. The chain shotgun legendary is certainly nothing to be upset about, nor is 50. But that is a whole lot of yikes. For a setup we don't have. And as far as the Persona Core and all that, I'm almost done with all the research in the game. Like, I've got 1. Why don't I have access to shuttle? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and that's all research left in the game. What about a jackalope? You mean the jackalope? There's only one. Alright, so you're at... Okay, so Annabelle did reach max learning. You still have... about half a season, so you're gonna maybe get 7 if you're lucky. Oh, what about the quest? Oh, guarding jackalope. I forgot about that one. Okay, so guarding jackalope. So we just gotta keep them for 25 days. They've got blood rot. We can get a bunch of reputation. We get a book I don't care about. The crafting skill thing would be nice. These we don't care about. Honestly, might take the reputation. Like, the crafting would be nice, and a little bit of silver would be nice. But the reputation makes it so I don't have to deal with stuff. Oh, you were a prisoner? I should have read about that first. We probably have a room I could shove you in at this point. Hey, you know what? Oh, right. Technically, this is a prison. I see. So that's a change. That while it's in space, they did give them a vac suit.
Oh, that's the reason they're not picking up these meals. Because these meals are technically in a prison. That's fair. 44 days, so 26 days and we try and get the super blood clotting. And 4 more days and we try and get robust again. Alright. You're already good to launch again? God dang, man. I didn't think we've been here that long. Annabelle's become an adult. Alright, so you're going to get the medical and cooking. Just that way we get as many different skills as possible. So Quick Sleeper, Trigger Happy, Psychically Deaf. So on this one it's either Ascetic or Nimble. Even though Ascetic probably makes some other sense because you are going to be shooting, Nimble might save you in a pinch. Now I do have to give you, well not have to, I am going to give you 2 others. So you have Artistic, so I give you a double passion in that, we'll give you double passion in shooting. Alright, so with that, you'll be allowed to research if like nothing else is there. Yep, so Annabelle's clothes exploded off their body the moment they aged up. Alright. That leaves only 1 child in the colony. Oh, that's gonna look weird as well. Floors. Remove foundation, do that. We'll put a foundation there. Now let me poke up that one last piece of hull there. Honestly, this shelf probably should be going away in favor of putting stuff there. But it's fine. Okay. Oh, I haven't turned on any of these benches. I was wondering why nothing was getting cooked. Okay. So basically what we're waiting on now is just more of the stuff to get done. They've already almost got Jackalope converted. We could probably get rid of Prolicizer at this point as well. Not really serving much of a purpose. Actually, just leave it for now, because I pull that floor up, it'll be like, man, the statue isn't in a room that's handled. It's fine. Inspired creativity. Oh yeah, get your limestone statue done. It is time for something legendary to get made. And then we'll be able to put that in Burning Sun's room. And after 10,000 years of being greedy for an impressive room, Burning Sun will finally have the room that they have sought for their entire life. Now goes the power. Okay, so we're only 1,200 power short, well, 1,300 power short of not requiring any external power. So one more of these, and then just a tickle more power than that. And we're making our advanced components. Does the aesthetic nose require advanced components? It does. Ultimately, what'll happen is once we get done with all the research we want to do, I will end up tearing these two down and putting another fabrication bench in here. Oh, right, you do benefit from the tool cabinet, don't you? Huh. Well, that's gonna be hard to make happen, but that's okay. Alright, they're crafting as aggressively as they can. Yep, so we're getting all sorts of stuff, like extremely impressive rec room, decent sleeping room, all that stuff. I do hope Annabelle can finish that before their Inspire drops off. We do have Inspired Taming. Which, amusingly enough, I could use as a means of getting rid of the Wolverine without actually hunting it, but I'm not too fussed about it. Don't bother with that. It's not going to grow, it's just going to waste time. We don't stay on tiles nearly long enough for that kind of thing to get done. Disease Plague was blocked by Penioxylin. It would have hit 6 people. Penioxylin is amazing. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Just being able to be like, Plague? Nah. Not feeling it. Oh, meanwhile, all those can go away. Those were for just readily smashing mechs when I couldn't have the extra power. Okay, meanwhile, let's go here, orders.
It's a shame the paint building like your walls is the same thing as paint furniture. Just for when you want to paint this stuff, you have to kind of like be careful to not go over your furniture. But you can paint your furniture as well. That can also be a fun thing. And I probably will if the run goes on like that long. Okay. Masterwork limestone statue. A grand statue of Burning Sun. Burning Sun has the look of shock and embarrassment. Burning Sun's stomach is split open. Within, you can see 6 dragons. That's okay. I hope you enjoy your stomach-bursting statue, Burning Sun. May it gaze upon you as you sleep. Oh, that wasn't enough to push it up to slightly impressive. It is a beauty 300. Well, that's terrifying. I mean, it's at least interesting. He did say it was for Burning Sun. That's what it was. That's what you wake up seeing every morning. I mean, a statue of yourself with your stomach bursting open with 3 dragons popping out. Oh, 6. 6 dragons. My apologies. Only plebs get 3 dragons. Real people get 6. I didn't realize we're gatekeeping about the quantity of dragons bursting out of one's gut. I understand this is an issue you're very passionate about. Alright, so we converted the prisoner just because we could. Now the downside is because I use the grav core for power, I'm not able to expand the ship. On the other hand, I use the grav core for power, so we're sooner and sooner getting ourselves completely independent from needing external power. Why are you... Do you really not have anything to do? I guess not. You've hauled and cleaned all there was to haul and clean. Okay. Prison break on Jackalope. Buddy. Do we really need to do this? Alright. Anyone who's not a child, do not fire at will. Punch the prisoner. Oh, hey. Get out of there, Walker. You are going to end someone's existence with your, like, 17 or 18 melee and a Zeus hammer. So this will teach you to prison break. I saw Jaywalker run up and managed to miss, fortunately. At least I believe it was a miss. Yeah, managed to miss, fortunately. Because I was like, you running up there with that skill level to Zeus Hammer. If I'm lucky, you shear the guy's arm off or something. But if you hit anything that's not critical, good chance he's going down like a sack of bricks. Granted, the good news for him is he is actually wearing
you know, is actually wearing the helmet and all that. So he actually does get a decent amount of blunt force damage resistance. It's still not one of those ones you want to mess with. It's a fast way to lose a prisoner quest. Alright, so do this. No animal corpses. And have fun. Alright. So we're getting the recon armor. And unfortunately, we just do not have the plasteel to go into, like, Cataract Marine or whatever. It is fun when you get to that point in the game where you're just like, everyone's running around in Cataphract armor and all that. It does wear off quickly, though. That's kind of the stage of the game where you enjoy it for a little while, then you get tired of how easy the fights are, and it's time to wrap it up. At least it's not a mono sword? Yeah. The Zeus hammer is usually more about stunning, but it can do some pretty solid damage. Alright. .5 days so we can do the gene stuff with you. 24 days and 41 days. So close. I just need to get robust out of the sanguiphage, and then I'm ditching the sanguiphage. It would be nice to get in a, possibly get some trade stuff. If we got the shuttle, then I could see taking the shuttle back and forth and, like, going to the neighbors and be like, hey man, you got any good genes we can take? Like, we're shopping. We're looking. Because the thing I need now is negatives. I've got, like, 1 or 2 really strong negatives. But not exactly what we're looking for. Because, like, right now, if I did this, I'd want that. And if we could counter that, you know, that one. Like, I don't actually care about these other 2. I'd want just that one. But you could take the major cellular instability. I'd want the super clotting, which would be a +1, but it's coming with all that stuff. So we can pretend like that's what it'd be when it gets that. We'd do super wound healing and fast runner. But you get the idea. Like, trying to get that down, I just don't have enough negatives. I'm not taking pyrophobia. Well, actually, yeah, no, probably not pyrophobia. But I got a lot of cool stuff in there. The problem is a lot of it is with other stuff that the complexity is going to be an issue. Okay, and then they could keep making the chem fuel. Fuel tanks are almost full. Fuel tanks are full. And now we're going to be making our spare chem fuel to keep at least 1 more full tank, you know, on standby. So where's the Lynx? Lynx is up there, that's fine. Okay, so we're starting to get some spare stone. Let's go over here and go to structure. Put sandstone there. We're going to welcome them to come from around this side. And then structure. Sandstone there. Because with that, I basically have blocked off this back area here. And then they'll have to come through the ship to reach anything. At a minimum, they should target that light. It's not a particularly high priority target or whatever. But that's fine.
Because we've actually used our ship to wedge it in on both sides. There's no way to get around it from there. Okay, you've got a poor quality statue. We'll go ahead and take that apart. It's alright, you'll get there. You're already up to level 6 and just skyrocketing through your levels. I got a chem fuel refinery we found. Trying so hard and then Rual makes them destroy their creations because it's terrible and they should feel bad. I didn't say that. I mean, it is terrible. I don't say they should feel bad, though. But it is going in the garbage. Look. We're not Mom. We're not putting your crayon picture on the fridge unless it is worthy of the fridge. Yeah, you can make power. There's a couple other things you can make. It is actually one of those things that with the Odyssey, you also need the signal jammer later. Well, the dragon one we're keeping. The dragon one's an actual masterpiece. They had that one moment of inspiration where they made truly, truly fantastic art, despite being a beginner. But then the rest of their stuff has been very beginner. So we took the one thing that was genuinely a masterpiece and made sure to use that. It doesn't matter, the statue's about me, we can't get rid of it. That's where we did like the Mushroom Empire and all that. If it's about the queen, doesn't matter the quality, it's about the queen, it must stay. What animals do you think the best are producing milk other than cows, pigs, and chicken? I mean, those are the best ones. So if you're looking for other than like normal whatever animals, I actually have no idea. I imagine it's got to be something like camels. Yeah, I was gonna say it's probably one of the ones that's like, you know, some type of hoof stock. It's not just a statue of you; it's a statue of you with 6 dragons coming. No, it's not out of your chest; it's out of your stomach. We gotta make sure we keep these details right. I mean, I guess the important part is that there are 6 dragons and they burst forth from you. The details on where is less important. Alright. So we already discovered that thing. We already discovered this thing. Ancient soldiers. So I'll probably go for that in a minute. It's been a long time since they've offered me anything worthwhile. So gift. Have a bunch of mildly worn hippo leather pants. Okay. Because, yeah. So there's no stuff there. It is a desert tile, but it's within jump range, so we'll go over there once... You know, once we kind of got stuff loaded up. And it is a Masterwork plain leather pants, which you have chucked onto the ground, and you said, these disgust me.
versus putting him on any of the many statues you could put him, or many of the things you could put him on here from. They're like, ugh, just masterwork, not legendary? Might as well go without. Okay. Okay, just trying to keep an eye on the animals that can hunt us. Alright, so about to go and do another round on seeing if we can't get our Sanguiphage to give us Robust. Honestly, the next set of tiles I might go over here and put a tiny little prison right there. So that when I'm trying to get certain genes from a pawn, they can stay there. Alright, so insert Sanguiphage. And yeah, like I said, we want Robust. Honestly, a lot of these other ones are cool and all that. But Robust is the one we genuinely want out of this set. We hadn't had much opportunity to take prisoners. To be fair, I usually forget that we actually do want the genes from stuff until such time that the rest is sorted. Another good thing is Jackalope is actually eating these meals that have been sitting on the floor forever. Is there any couples in the colony? Yes, Marguerite and Moriarty are a couple. At the moment, I've not been going out of my way to have anyone share rooms, because we're not really looking to have more kids in the colony right now. And so they do get a mood bonus for sharing beds, but, I mean, it's probably fine, because then we'd have room for one more. Alright. Oh, wait, that's right. They're not actually married, they're just engaged. That's why they didn't start sharing a room on their own. Not that I go out of my way to have that set normally, but we usually randomize a bunch of the ideology stuff. And each time we go over it, I usually make one change. I just haven't changed that. Okay. Alright. So the food's doing totally fine. Our storage is basically in great shape. And we're using the dye as fast as it's grown. The number of people in this colony who seem to have the favorite color of some form of black. It's also funny with them taking off their clothes and then, you know, changing between the space and the armor and all that. And they don't grab the same ones, so they keep having to, like, re-dye their clothes back and forth different colors.
And we got pyrophobia again. That's fine. Let's have a whole extra one of those. Thank you, Danger Close, for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month to use it here. And it means a heck of a lot, so I do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. Thanks so much for that. I hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing. And you got all them emotes. Alright, so Lynx is chilling up there. Inspired surgery. We don't have any more bionics ready because they are gradually catching up on the components right now. Granted, they did... Well, they are running out of components. Sorry, not running out. They're running out of plasteel. So you're good for 29 days. Now, the Ancient Soldiers, there will be 8 of them, and they usually are pretty well equipped and will have a unique weapon, which is always a little dodgy. But, you know, then you can get some really good stuff too. There's shallow water, but there's no fish in it. And how goes our anomaly research? Slow. Right, but that's the whole thing. I want a good unique weapon. And for me to get a good unique weapon, they must have a good unique weapon. But at the same time, you see the one guy rocking up with the amazing assault rifle, and suddenly there's a Zeus hammer on his head. That assault rifle doesn't do a whole lot of good for him. There's no unique melee weapons. You have to get mods to do that. That said, we could roll up and get like a crappy bow or something. Most likely it'll be a light machine gun, SMG, or assault rifle or Hellcat at this point. It's unique flame bow and toxic contribute. Honestly, a toxic flame bow would be interesting just in the sense you'd hit them, they'd panic, they get the thing. Is there no more research? We're researching. We're working on armor right now, but we're pretty close to out of research. And as I mentioned before, when that happens, we'll probably just, you know, go in and take apart the research bench and make a second fabrication bench. Because usually you end up wanting to have more than one fabrication bench just to keep things moving. Because as you can see, it just does take time. Alright, we got a mech hive raid coming. They're attacking immediately and they intend to dig through our walls. That's 3 termites, 3 lancers, 2 pikemen, a militar, and a scyther. That's actually a lot of termites. Yeah, so 3 Scyther, 3 Lancers, 2 Pikemen. So that's stuff back there. The termites are just a problem because they'll do a lot of damage. I'm honestly debating whether we're staying or just leaving. Because that's a fight we can certainly do. But at the same time, it's like, okay, I've got almost 500 food. We've already grabbed all the components off the map. Like, we're just kind of killing time anyways. I honestly think this is one we just go. Because Because, like, that's fine. And the Empire would potentially help us out, but... that many termites are gonna take some kind of damage. Are you gonna actually go? What are you waiting on? What have... oh, I don't care about you. Sheep. If you cause me to take a bunch of damage because you're busy running around, I'll be pretty salty about it. Hey, Jolly Roger, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying the stream and all that stuff. Prime Gaming for 2 months and all it's good. Alright, let's go ahead and get this pirate stuff. Because, yeah, it's fine, acidic smog. That's ultimately I want the unique weapon. That's kind of thing, it's like half the time the raid shows up, it's like, well, it's already going to be going anyways. Because this is time sensitive anyways. But yeah, that probably wouldn't have been that bad of a fight. What I would have ended up doing is the termites would end up coming in. We could probably jump on those, but realistically I could wait till they start hammering one of the walls and start, you know, causing mischief on the lancers. The scythers would likely chase. This is quite the place. We got 2 geothermals here. This is a tile. Yeah, the only downside is we do have the mech chasing going on. So even if it wanted to stay here forever, it's not in the cards. Fine. There's steel up there. We're good on the steel. Let's go ore. Okay, so uranium shows up under ore. So does gold and all that. We can go plasteel because that shows under compacted instead of ore. No luck. We can go for machinery. No compact. Alright, so it's like what a map in the sense of like defensible positions and all that. But a sense of actually having, like, ore and all that good stuff. There is, like, bumkus here. Yeah, that's this kind of thing, is, like, I'd be able to hold my own against the mech raid, but would I be able to hold my own against the mech raid where we're not having our ship get absolutely beaten the hell out of? Probably not. Yeah, so it's just this is the one opening here. So I'd like to give our people a chance to get the geothermal online, and then once that's online, we're going to go and see what we got up here. I'll try and keep an idea to see if they poke their nose outside. A lot of times they won't. How are you doing with that, by the way? Do I need to get a bit different doctor? Ooh, stop, 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 stop. I appreciate your training, your doctoring, but that person very legitimately might die. Let's get a proper tent in there to get that blood rot under control. Yeah, no, it's unlikely we get 2 back-to-back breach rates. Even if we do, like I said,
that would be one we could handle. It was just a matter of, okay, we're going to take a bunch of damage, and if there's a reason for me to want to stay on the tile, sure. Makes sense. But that's where the if came in. It's honestly interesting that this isn't connected yet, but most of our stuff is running. There's a couple things in here that aren't running, but most of our stuff is running right now. Like, they're still doing the advanced crafting and researching and all that still. Alright, power's up. Everyone's awake. Let's have you get all over here. Oh, wait, never mind. They're going to engage on us. This might be interesting. They're supposedly going to attack us, and we have a royal tribute collector rolling in from behind. Alright. We have a normal revolver. Machine gun. Okay, so this is the weapon. The Conceit a Majort. High power rounds do 30% damage and a smoke grenade launcher. I'd use it. Okay. Hey, White Tigger, thank you so much for the raid and all that. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Did we get a shout out for White Tigger, by the way? I'm hoping they do some damage without knocking down too many to force the retreat, so we can grab that weapon. There's supposed to be 9, and we definitely have not seen all 9. Also playing some RimWorld. I hope your colony went well. And all those goodies. Check those doors to use them for a plank. Cool beans. Let's get up here. But welcome in. And all that. So again, you're looking for RimWorld. You only killed 1 prisoner through malnutrition day. Nice, that isn't a... Wait, what am I seeing back? Oh, that's the one we downed. That's fine. Oh, hey, the one with the unique weapon got downed. That's... I appreciate this. And that's not engaging you? Okay. So I want to deal with that hunter trap real fast. Okay. So let's get ready to fight up here. You're in melee. Stop shooting.
Alright, so we'll scooch on back just a hair. Surprisingly, with only 2 left, they haven't retreated yet. Okay. We are getting ourselves a brand new unique weapon here in the immediate future. Hey, Steven. Get in here. You're wasting daylight. Alright. So we got all that. Orders. Allow. Okay, so what do we got in our arsenal? So you are using an assault rifle. It's just a normal quality. I'm honestly tempted to get rid of the sniper rifle. The sniper rifle could be a good utility, so you should probably keep it in storage. Oh, also with you, gear, recon armor that's not fully disintegrated. Go ahead and strip them. And meanwhile, let's scout out, see if there's any goodies here. The Empire Trader, there wasn't enough time, unfortunately. I had noticed them, but yeah. We're just gonna go ahead and peek around here. There is a sentry gun in the corner there. Really? If that's what you want to do. Okay, you go destroy this. That's actually dangerous. Just run, just run, just run, please run, please run. Oh, only mild burns. The downside is that place is going to get real hot. Can I have you deconstruct that? Just so it doesn't get too hot to be able to walk around in. So 1, 2, 3, and then there'll be a 4th one in there. Alright, orders. Allow all. Open all those. And then with Burning Sun ripping a hole in this wall, it means this room won't stay, you know, thousands of degrees anymore. It's outside now. Hey, Drew, can we get a shout out for Treacle as well? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Also plays RimWorld among many of the other games we play here, so if you like any of the stuff you're seeing here, you'll probably like the type of content that Treacle has going on over there as well. Alright. Okay, some minor burns, and that was about it. Defoliator ship. Ooh, that is a lot of scythers. Zone, danger zone. Schedule and danger zone. Oh, also schedule anything. You don't get to have full recreation schedule anymore. Alright. You appear tonight past the RimWorld colony? Yeah, so you can grab the handful of chem fuel that's in here. Not too fussed about this. So the defoliator ship I'm not too fussed about. They has a lot of scythers on there. We could certainly probably handle that alright, but it definitely feels like one that get messy really fast. Oh, you did get to max learning, because you're about to age up like any second now. Yeah, you got, I think, 1.5 days or so to age up. $20 days, 37 days on that. But yeah, that many scythers, we could probably do a pretty good number. That said, once we start cutting some brick, this is gonna be one of those ones where I can put like a wall here and a secondary wall there. Force them to attack the positions. We got our goodies, and now we're just quickly grabbing everything we can out of here. A bunch of really good guns out here. Yeah, it's bio-coded, so I don't care. Probably shouldn't do this, but we will extend the danger zone to include their stuff. We can loot all their weapons and whatnot. Oh, I don't really have a place for you, so let's go ahead and say dumping stockpile down here. Clear. Human-like corpses. Alright. And in just a minute, we're going to be able to use the restroom. Yeah, I'm not sure if you caught Treacle. The current iteration of the ship is Treacle's Vengeance. Since we had, you know, Treacle's people is the colony, Treacle's peoples. Then we had, you know, I forget what I don't remember what the first ship's name was, but then the second ship, the second ship's name was like the Legacy of Treacle, since Treacle the colonist did fall in the first major loss the colony suffered. And then when we lost, you know, the Legacy of Treacle, then it became Treacle's Vengeance, and you've been, like, the ship, you know, has been along hitting, you know, hard targets and all that with the mechs and all that, gradually advancing. So, it is an unintentionally, like, Treacle-based run. Alright, so bear with me. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to do that. I'll be back in just a minute, and thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, and we are back. So, we already got the ancient people out there. We got that all sorted. We're grabbing all the fuel and the weapons and the goodies. Huh. Monomaly. Mm-hmm. Monomaly. Do 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 do. Monomaly. Do 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 do. Monomaly. Do 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 do. Monomaly. I'll take a fire foam popper. Area revealed. That's fine. And then go here and tainted. No. Yet again, Treagle's fantastic. Highly, highly, highly recommend. Also plays RimWorld, does fun stuff, chilly things. Is that the Muppet song? It is a parody on the Muppet song. It is Muppet song adjacent. Because I think the actual song's like, Manom, Manom. We haven't gotten much planted, but we have caused violence. But that's fine. I've got 440, you know, packaged meals or whatever. Alright, so you don't have your ride out of here for 18 more days. Yeah, so at this stage, we've got 3 decent unique weapons. It's still a bummer. We had a really good unique machine gun earlier in the run, but I had to leave 2 unique weapons behind when we took our second really bad loss. That I just grabbed the grav engine and nothing else and hope for the best. Because between the vac suits I needed to live and the grav engine, the remaining carry weight was nothing. It couldn't take food, couldn't take weapons, couldn't take anything. Just trekked through the snow on the way, like, out. Alright, I will put out that fire, please. There you go. I'll also make sure it's in the home zone. It is a little annoying that for whatever reason, the painting of the walls unsets every time we take off. Now, granted, we got a lot done. Yes, it's just that last little area is the only place that we haven't got painted yet. The floor painting sticks for whatever reason, but not the wall painting. Oh, right. I said to allow all the no human-like and no rotten. I was like, why am I not seeing any bricks showing up this whole time? So you've been cutting slate bricks. So go here and go structure and slate. And cut across like this. There's like one or more, there's a couple more things up there to haul down. Okay. Honestly, in this case, what we might end up doing is with some of the people with the mining skill, this actually seems like a a map to just do some strip mining. Because we'll have the spare labor who has nothing better to do. So let them just strip mine back there. See if we find anything like gold or plasteel or uranium or whatever. Where? Oh. No. A good slate statue. A burning sun. Ancient Danger. Alright. That's fun. That actually works out well. It's actually like, okay, a really long hallway might be a little rough. But we're just, you know, carving through here. That'll give me a position to fight from. I keep letting them haul stuff right now. You're glad our artists recognized your greatness. Is that slightly impressive? Still just decent. Yes, this is the Ancient Danger up here. Alright, well, let's go ahead and pop the Ancient Danger. Never mind, we will not be popping the Ancient Danger right now. They're attacking immediately and they intend to breaching. Unfortunately... Attacks immediately? Yeah. Unfortunately, this doesn't give me time to aggro those. Because if we could aggro the Scythers, we could have two things deal... Oh, you're breaching the wall. We might actually have time. Alright. So, I mean, you can't do range is the problem. Either we get everyone up here, we'll figure it out as we can. Yeah, there's no way we'd arrive in time. So what are you packing? 3 very long range and everything else is short range. So sniper rifles are the big concern for the time being. The good news is they're leading in with their short range. Okay, that's the sniper firing off. Let's back off. I appreciate that they're shooting at my wall versus defending themselves against me, because it's working out. Oh. Working out pretty swell for us so far. Okay. Don't let him get away. And there is no fleeing. Okay. Alright, so that's a waster. Is there anything we want? So there's some good negatives we can get out of you. So let's go ahead and undraft everyone. Alright, so we got a waster. Capture you. Okay, so you're all wasters. Capture you. And there's now room for another spot. Alright, orders. And you took one minor hit. There's an insulting spree. Team player right there. What are you doing right now? Oh, you got back up. There we go. And you got back up. That's not what's supposed to be going on here. Okay. And I'll need to home zone this. They put out the fires. I guess we're only getting one of them home this whole time. Yeah, because he's dragging three of them. One of them must have died on the way. And two of the others got back up. Gear. Strip them. Prisoner. We're not going to be keeping this person. We can't get rep by releasing them. So we are going to gene steal them twice. Okay. Please stop insulting, spreeing us. Jailbreaker. Well, that's unfortunate. Alright. Gather everyone else, except the child. Over here. Do not fire at will. Okay, let's punch them a bunch. No. That's my fault. Okay. Recapture that person. Alright. We have another statue by Annabella. It is it's also a burning sun. It's only a normal quality. Was a waster wearing a gas mask? Yes. It's RimWorld. Stuff doesn't ever have to make sense. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You seem a little obsessed at all? Little bit. Is that like... Ah, that's because that's your mom. You're just making lots of statues of mom. That's reasonable. It's not an obsession if it's truly deserved. Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of the goat juice. Refine on medicine, refine on components. Let's see. Take both the pyrophobics. If anything I could use? No. It's fine. Keep the change. Alright, we got a bionic leg available. So operations add. Install bionic leg left on Jaywalker. No, we de-hussard them. That's fine. Overcompensating for all the art that didn't end up on the fridge? Exactly. The art got turned down from the fridge and now they're just desperately seeking validation. To be fair though, we're getting a bunch of art in there now. It's a shame it's still only showing it as somewhat, or it's only showing as decent. Mostly because of the size. Okay, so with that, we don't need to worry about the fire up here anymore, so kill that off. And you got yourself a bionic leg. And you did max out. Just in time. Literally any second, Tech is going to become an adult as well. And with that, there'll be no more children in the colony for the time being. Okay, so with that, Gray, go ahead and get in the machine. And you just became an adult, so let's see. We've got Jogger, Hard Worker. Out of those, you'll take Fast Learner because all the rest is awful. And then we can give you 3 things. I'm going to give you everything but art. And let's see. Well, you're Jogger. Let's go ahead and have lower priority and let you focus on hauling since you are Jogger. You can do some good there. Let's go to your schedule. There you go. So I'll give you a moment to put some clothes on. And then I do want to crack the Ancient Danger. Confusion. Well, actually, I should also wait for your anesthetic to wear off. Okay. You can actually peek in there using that. Oh, they aggroed. That's not my favorite. Alright. So this is honestly one of those ones you probably want to tuck up here. And actually, there's probably one to engage from really far for most of it. The Cyclops being the only one that's the closest fighting one. Or, what's your range? Yeah, we're about to get out of your range. Alright, so get up here. All of you duck back here. Okay. So with this, let's run over here real fast. And it chases. And we duck back out to get it. Alright. We can go over here. Get you in position ready to fight. Get all you into position. You can pop around this corner. Fire a shot in to open them up and see what we're dealing with here. We got a joy wire in that room. Hate that room. Get. Alright. So the good news is they're just feeding themselves out one by one. Come on, porcupine. What do you do? Just wait in there? Alright. So, undraft, pop the box. Allow these. So we can go to you. Strip porcupine. Strip Frankie. Orders. Allow all. Are those cryopods? Yes, we just popped an ancient danger. Okay, so we only had one person, took a couple bruises. Nest? I don't understand. It's an ancient danger. Right. Let's go ahead and we can pop up here. Do a trade there. Okay, let's grab a couple of Glitter World, grab the advanced components. Grab the plasteel. Okay. You have Tox Resist, Cat Ears, Pain Dull, Poison Stimulus. Rest that's all fine. Go ahead and take our tree seeds that we're not going to be able to really take advantage of. I don't care about the Starflight book. Oh, I don't have quite enough on there. Right. So you need a little bit more money. Take the tiny little bit of Hyperweave I've got sitting on there. And that'll do it. So haul the Glitter World, haul the plasteel, haul the advanced component. So part of me wants to fire one round over here to get that thing aggroed, and basically run for the hills. Because if we do that, I should be able to aggro them onto this, and then while they're split attention, just shred what's left. Oh, well, they're just going to de-aggro? I'll work with that. I was expecting them to all keep pursuit. Because they are faster than Annabella, but just not by a lot. Oh, well, it sucks to be that group of people. A zone. Well, you know who it sucks to be? Those 4. 5. Now, plan is when the caravan goes to leave, we'll go and follow the caravan out. Because if we follow the caravan out, then I'll be able to take advantage of, like, the fact that a bunch of scythers, we can probably handle that just fine. But why take risks? And plus, low-key, if they kill a couple of the caravan traders, we can get our money back. You literally just got up after your last social fight. It's been not even 30 seconds. You're not using this as an excuse to not fight. I'm tired of this nonsense. Okay. And just like that, we're heroes. Neither of our melee took a hit. Actually, let's start this off. Treat them where they stand. Treat them where they stand. And would you look at that? We just got a bunch of stuff for some reason. And you'll fall down soon. And I can save you. Hey, would you look at that? We got ourselves a television. I don't know how on earth I'm going to fit this in a way where anyone can watch it, but you know, we do in fact have it now. It's fine. We'll just put it there for the time being. Sadistic rage. You're gonna beat up the prisoners. Okay, have fun, I guess. Still waiting for that one to go down. Let's make sure you can actually doctor. So I can't remember. Yeah, you can doctor. Let's have you run up here and ready to receive them. Because I suspect they're going to go down any second due to extreme blood loss. As they just leave a trail of blood you can just follow in the sand. And if this one goes malnutrition, they should go down as well. Alright, and rescue them. And then we can eat that. Let's see. Pain, Dull, and Pollution Stimulus I don't care about. The book I don't care about. The Jargonaut Serum. Like, they can get to it whenever they get to it. Those seeds I should probably prioritize hauling. But most of the rest of that, whenever they get to it, they get to it. Not fussed about getting it anytime soon. Oh, hey, if you could, like, recapture that person so you don't starve there. Also, they may have knocked off your toe. It's like, maybe tend to the missing toe. Alright. Biomutation pulsar. That's fine. Oh, they never put you inside the thing. Here, man. You gotta get in the gene machine. That's the only reason you're staying. Birthday. Jaywalker, 23 by the way, reached the biological age of 23 and has now gained the following disease due to aging. Asthma. Cool. So, my buddy, you really should have gotten on the machine before, because if you would have given what I wanted, I would have let you leave. But now I'm actually in need of... Actually, you know what? You don't need to do that. 1 sec. Oh, do I not have the detoxifier things? Ah, tox filtration. I almost have the ability to make my own lungs. Cool. Oh, do we get strange signal again? No. Yeah, so we don't have the monolith here for the research. Cool, so you're on your way. Have a good time. Super immunity. No, that's not what I want. You know what? Actually, I'll let them go. Because you have... What do you have? So, they give me pork cooking, actually. Because that's only that's only a +1. It needs to be awful to be the one that's worthwhile, doesn't it? Get out of here for the mood bonus. Solar flare. It's ironic that a lung from a waster doesn't give antitox effect. It's baked into their genome. Yeah, it's probably just an oversight more than anything. Hey, go out of your way to haul the psychic shock lance back. Go haul the advanced components back, please. No, so the wasters just have normal lungs. In the game, though, if you have a waster, they supposedly have special lungs that, you know, whatever, but it's on the genome, not actually on the lung, so taking their lung doesn't give you the effect. Monolith arrival. It's a dangerous place for it to be, but okay. We're taking all the goodies that dropped. Alright, man. Please get to the edge of the map before you collapse. Take the vampire's lungs? He doesn't need them? You know, you're not wrong. Oh, let's see. Because it is a sanguiphage. Literally can't die. Alright, Jaywalker. Let's pop in here. Operations. Install lung left, install lung right. I always forget about that. Because of the sanguiphage. It won't die from it. And no animal corpses. Would you stop burning my stuff every 2 seconds? And would you look at that? Jaywalker no longer has asthma. The sanguiphage is having a rough time. Meanwhile, 30 days, 13 days, 5 days. And then you get out of here in 12 days. And we're still collecting the remnants of everything they dropped. So if you missed that, we let them fight the Scythers. A bunch of them died. We had traded them a bunch of stuff. We got most of our stuff back. So we didn't even lose the we even like basically took care of that. We had only 2 of them survive. Sorry, 3 of them survive that we bandaged up 2, which boosted our reputation to make us allied. Is the dump pile by the ship set to restrict a lot of items? It doesn't seem to be putting much there. Yes. Normal statue of Rongor. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not a statue of one of our people. It's not happening. All right, where's Rongor's room? But yeah, no, it's we put a lot of our stuff in here that's worth anything, and then it's stuff that we don't have room for. This is kind of just overflow. So like this is full, which is why stuff's getting dumped down here now. So we're gonna go ahead and build this to start shooting that off. Actually, don't disassemble it. Masterwork flak jacket. Nice. Oh, it's a cloth parka. That's why it's being left out there. And at this point, we're wearing armor and all that, not parkas and all that. All right, so load this. Items. Let's grab all these trace amounts of cloth. Oh, a giant mountain of flake. Grab the seeds. So the question is with the grand statue. You're the granite statue. Okay. So load, do this. Yeah, like I said, we're gonna take all the random bits of leather, because they just end up taking a ton of different stuff, because they're all different stacks. Send up the flake. Send to the tree, send to the reinforced barrel. Send them their statue. So many corpses on the map. Send them a joy wire, because I'm not going to use it. Grab all of these bio-coded and worn-out weapons that we're not going to use, and the incendiary launcher, we're not going to use any of these. Assault rifles are good and all that, but, like, I'm already good on that. We keep the smoke launcher just in case. The model cocktails, those. That flak vest is getting worn out, so we'll chuck that in there. The kid's vac suit we could chuck in there because that's sorted now. Shove in a tainted recon helmet. Those helmets are getting all worn out, unfortunately. Alright. Load it up. Stop burning my crops. Seems to be going up there, thankfully. Yeah, so just getting all this loose fabric out of here, all this other junk. Doing a quick tidy up. Getting bio-coated weapons out of here, all of that. Alright, can't I set the parka in there? Where's that parka? I overlooked it. Parka, and parka. Get that parka in there. Alright. So 28 there, or 26 there, 26 there. 29 up here. Alright. Yeah, I mean, that actually would have gotten us allied if it was sent it the other way, but that's fine. Okay. Get a major break risk on you, because we harvested in Oregon. Yep, because we are not psychopaths and all that. And our ideology just doesn't give us a free pass on it. Alright, so let's go here. Mining. Alright, gargantuan construction. I mean, the glitter world and the uranium is nice, but that's 1,000 stone. That's a 16 by 24 space. So 16 by 24. I mean, we definitely have the room for it. Do I have to protect it, though? I only have to complete it. We'll see. How long till it pops up? 4 days? I would need 1,100 blocks by the time it's done. So it is not a small construction. Actually, the plasteel wouldn't be bad either. It'd be worth doing. But 1,100 stone is not an insignificant amount of stone. Oh, it won't show... Yeah, I mean, it'll show me the counts there. Cool, so you're getting out of here. Infestation. Giant insects are tunneling. Alright, what would be the best way to do this? Because right now... I could try and plug those two up, but they can get around. They can't quite block the whole lane. Oh wait, how many hives is that? Hang on. Back up for just a second. That is a lot of spots that are getting dicey. Seven. So we've got 5 of the spiders, 10 locusts, 3 speedopedes. It's honestly not terrible. It'd be nice to bottleneck them, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Because you bottleneck them if I get over here. We have one that just steps just a couple tiles higher. Alright. The other downside is I didn't make a straight line, so there won't be line of sight easy. I'm glad I didn't try and block the 2 paths like I originally had thought of doing. Because it would have just been flanked by them popping up farther away. Okay, so this one pops over to the right a little. Hey, 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 hey. Scarab. Don't be a punk. Okay. What I could do here is all of you who are kind of mixed emotions, you can do this. You can start smacking that. You can start smacking that and just work your way through all these nests. Oh, there we go. We're back to the way it's supposed to be. We got another statue of Burning Sun. Alright, let's see. Is that all of them? Yep. You need a bigger statue. Well, my plan is once we started, like, 2 of these are just normal quality, and one's a good. So once we start getting better quality ones, we'll start swapping out the lower quality for the higher quality. Just Burning Sun sleeping in a room like flanked by statues of themselves on all sides. Hey, look, we got 100 for a relationship for patching up another one. All right. You have 3 days on that. You have 11 days on this. And you're out of here in 9. Yeah, unfortunately that's in the far end of everything, so a little tricky to get at. We're still collecting all the junk piled up out everywhere. Yeah, that worked out fine. We had enough of a range that all the little fast ones came to us long before the tougher ones. So we're kind of able to deal with all of it before any of you got a chance to go there. Yeah, well, I mean, right now I'm trying to not increase the room size because we're actually capped out on what I can do with our current number of grav cores. So no one's getting a bigger room yet. I'm also trying to avoid making the rooms bigger in general because I only need to get them to somewhat impressive. And so the hope would be if I can get some decent art in there, we can bump it up to somewhat impressive. The big thing there is Annabelle here is like slowly gaining skill in art. Once they get up to like their higher levels, we should start getting a decent number of like, you know, excellent and masterpiece and all that, which should really help us boost the wealth. But so far I've been just kind of putting people's statues in their own room, and if it's anything below normal, we just bin it. Gold floors. Probably, I mean, we have a lot of gold. I'm trying to save the gold for use of making advanced components, because it does add up. It's only like 5 or something. Yeah, 3 gold per component. That is 100 advanced components. So I probably don't need to be resting on it. What I could see doing is waiting until we hit the point that, you know, Annabelle's like 17 or 18 on their art, and then when they have an inspiration or whatever, make a gold statue, which would be a dangerous amount of wealth. Yeah, I've almost got the last of that picked up. Alright, so we got another statue of Rongor. This one's a good statue of Rongor. Wait till we have, like, overflow of, like, good statues, and it's like, alright, well, other people are getting statues of Burning Sun. You know, it just be what it is. You need, like, 10 times the gold to make golden statues. You don't think you have enough? Maybe, I've never looked into it. Because normally that's just, like, a giant amount of wealth you probably don't want to be dealing with. Oh, hey, components. Give. Gold and silver require 10 times the materials? Gotcha. Alright. Put the insect jelly in there. Put the go juice in there. Mutation pulsar can go in there. We've got another bionic leg ready. The random weapons we won't use, put in there. The random explosives and mines and that we won't use. Poor quality vessel, just chuck in there now. The mostly burned out recon armor, the worn out helmets. Worn out fire foam pack. I'm basically watching for when I see stuff behind there. If you're considering building that quest building, wouldn't you want to halt statue production for blocks? That is fair. What we could do here is cancel that granite statue, details, uncheck granite, and let that cook. We learned recon armor. That's going to go ahead and get the spaceflight thing next. I'm honestly not expecting, yeah, because we're still only 1 day. We only made one statue in the meantime. So I have, like, not even half the blocks. And it would have how long to build it? 35 days is a long time. The danger we have here is we've been on this tile for a while, and we do have the mech cluster chasing, or the mechs chasing us. There's a pretty good chance we'll fail to build it just because the mechs will show up before we're ready. I kind of feel like the plasteel might be the right choice. Like, all of these are good ideas. We can get this one, instant research, cool, that's fine. A bunch of uranium, that's cool. A bunch of glitter world, all that's good. A really big stack of plasteel, that's certainly not anything to be disappointed about. Because I told you to not make it out of granite. Everything else is fair game. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna wait till this timer gets pretty low, and then we'll accept it. Ooh, actually, 1 second. Yeah, there's still enough space to do it up here. If now, I can put it out here. It doesn't even say I have to protect it, I just have to build it. But realistically, we're probably gonna get bullied away by the mechs before we finish. Because we get the warning that the mechs are coming. A monitor lizard is hunting you. Yep, follow me. Sucks to be you, lizard. Alright. Okay, so let this timer get a bit farther down. And then we'll accept it and we'll bump it up here. We could choose to make everything out of granite. The downside is granite takes longer than like sandstone or whatever. But it's what I've got readily available. All of this is granite over here except this little pocket there. So I'm going to get tons of granite versus other stone. Prison break. Do we really need to do this again? Like the third time I have beaten you down quite literally. No, Giga. I appreciate the hustle, but you will murder that person. Didn't even take a bruise. Harbinger tree sprout. Oh, right. I've got that now. So we can get rid of this. So we can feed the tree. There's people visiting. Giga's like, prison break more like break your bones. Yeah, no, exactly. It's literally like, no, I need you to not be involved in this. You hit just too dang hard. So I'm going to be unenthused about seeing all the corpses. I probably don't need to deal with it. But we pile them all into the trees, we can get a bunch of those trees up. Alright, we're accepting. I'm going with the plasteel. It's done. Install. There's just enough room for it there. Yeah, a bunch of those are gonna finish up with their stuff. We already shredded all the mechs. Okay, so granite, 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 granite. Good luck. Major break risk because you saw a lot of bodies. It happens. But the trees will be eating hearty. Alright. I'm gonna leave that alone. They can craft, they can craft. You finished. Yeah. I'd be a major breakers too. Yeah, like just the bunch of like corpses are fishing out of the lake we've been chucking them into. That way we can feed them to a meat-eating tree. There's nothing to worry about. It's perfectly reasonable and normal. Alright, let's go to this. Granite's now going to go on the top. And the fish are going to go hungry? Yeah, but they're guppies. No one cares about guppies. When you say, what's the coolest fish? Guppy is never the answer. Ever. Alright, Bean's genes have regrown, so Bean climbing the machine. We're trying to get robust. The only time we got robust it was with hemogenic drain, and it's like, okay, hang on, I can work with a lot of things, but that ain't one. Just all the corpses. All right. And he blasted through all of our cut brick. Oh, hey, we got a... There you go. Strong melee. Alright, that's not terrible. Probably won't use it, but it is decent. It's something good. Yes, I'm worried I'm going to need to pause this bench to make sure someone's crafting on that bench the whole time. You're going to turn that bench off real fast. Just to try and keep that going. We can build 2 of these benches out here. Okay, add bills, granite, do forever. Add bills, granite, do forever. That way we can kick anyone who's able to do crafting to feeding that process. And also zone, do not build a roof over it. Okay. So I've got them kind of going full speed. Why are you moving so slow? Ah, food poisoning. Yep, so the corpses over there, those will go away on their own. Yes, I've got 3 of them going pretty regularly and just cutting brick. Nothing but granite for the most part. So you can just keep that going as fast as possible. That's fine. You're out of here in 4 days. And we can finally try and get the super clotting out of you. So we can finally get the super clotting out of you in just 4 days. Because we get the super clotting separated out, that'll be really good. Or at least separate out as in not having some other big bonus thing I don't want. And I've got to go and get something like, Neanderthal would have a bunch of negatives we can use. The Hussars have a lot of negatives I can use. Or trade for the negatives. Speak of the devil. Hey man, you got some negative genes we can have? Alright, I'll take your glitter, because glitter's amazing. We're good here. I'll take your Nutramine. I already am not going to be able to afford this, but I'm going to greedily say I want everything, and then we'll backtrack. We're at the backtrack. I'll do the Psychic Soothes I'll get rid of. Okay, Heat Weakness, that doesn't help. Fast Heal, we already have better. Non-Violent, absolutely not. Gaunt Head doesn't do anything. We probably will want more of those. You didn't have anything I wanted there. We don't want to give you the Bionics. So, I don't have the money for this. Okay. So maybe I need to be a little bit less greedy with this. 200? 150? Oh. And spent. That means more penioxylin to keep in stock, which is good because we're getting low. They didn't have anything to take advantage with the gene stuff, unfortunately. Yeah, because we'd want to potentially grab... Yeah, it sucks that the heat weakness is attached to this. And with this, I don't believe you can separate that out, so the strong construction, all that's just coming together. Because we grab that, we'd want the super clotting, the super fast wound healing. We get the instability, that would be fine. The UV sensitivity would be fine. That would give us balanced. That would actually give us balanced there. But I would love to get the very, very happy and very fast. Like, obviously I can't have everything. But that's going to require even more complicated things. We can tell him to build another gene processor. And it doesn't look like I'm ever going to get this built. Or get this used. I'm going to deconstruct that to make room for another set of gene processors. Struck steel, that's fine. We're continuing to cut brick and build this. Continue to drag things over. Do I have someone who's got, like, I mean, I guess you're at only 13 cooking on Jaywalker, but still. Alright. So that lets us get up to complexity 14. I could easily add another one of these if needed. Incoming mechanoids. 3 days. Well, go ahead and grab the marker, because we will not be building that here. I very much doubt we're building it at all, but definitely not here. Okay, so is there anything we really need to grab before we go? That one component out there, not really. Go out here, grab that little bit of plasteel, go out here, grab the little bit of gold, go over here. I don't really care about those, I don't care about that. We already looted all that stuff out. There was nothing much down here, so let those two run over there and grab that, because it is a very short time before the mechanoids show up. Like the one or two like random components there, I'm not too fussed by. We got 103. Okay, chop down these. We fed them a whole bunch. Might as well get our bioferrite out of it. Okay, hurry up and get your butts down here. I've got to leave, and I got to leave soon. But I'm hoping you got the genes we want. As soon as that's done, let's also decide, are we going to space for our next stop? Probably. In fact, I'm going to leave... I'm going to leave you here. And just accept that we're not getting that. Because by the time I go to another location, come back down, then start cutting the stone, it ain't happening. Luckily, it's not one of those ones that gives a serious punishment if I fail to do it. Alright, so Psi Enhanced, Robust Digestion, Super Clang, that's one of ours. Cold Tolerant, Strong Stomach, Cold Tolerant, Psi Sensitive, Robust Give. Super Immune would be great. We're definitely not going to do Indoor Dweller. So we've got Strong and Great Melee. We'll also get rid of Dark Vision plus that. Very happy. We want to keep Psychically Deaf, Calm. We're not going to be using the Dull Pain. Alright, good enough. So grab the cash. Bank the gene. And then, hey, vampire. You've wanted to be free this whole time? Congratulations, friend. Oh, right. Meanwhile, I need to drop you somewhere valid. Alright, there we go. Because then we can go you. Reassign you. Is that not closed? Oh, I probably have to claim the doors. Set you to be colonist. I'm fighting this way more than I should have to. There we go. Now set this to prison. Because we need to get out of here soon. Alright. And I actually don't care what happens from here, so delete that spot and just leave Bean wherever. Okay, is there anything else to do before we go? We banked that. So this is good news, because we got Robust. Where are you, Robust? Okay, you're still grabbing it. So they, of course, sent the person with food poisoning. Their cooking is really high. How do I keep getting that? So we got Robust, major cellular instability. We got this. We got the blood clotting, the super fast wound healing. Yeah, if I can get this one separated out so I don't have these positives to go with it, so that's only 1 point. Having Robust, super wound field, you know, super wound and blood clotting would be really good. Obviously, if I could get Deathless on top of that, that would be beyond ridiculous. I need you to get back to the ship, please. We got 2 days to leave. Okay. Everyone on the ship. Orbital felon, and you're willing to give me this. I will accept that now. So, jump to the ancient... That's not the one I'm looking for. Jump to the orbital felon. I have no idea where that is relative to us. We have 48 days to go there, and that'll be another extra grav core. But now what we need to do is first fix that. Space melee, spacefarer. So when they wake up, they'll change all their clothes, get their vac suits on. And before they start dumping all their armor over there, we've undone that zone. And anything else we want to chuck in there is twisted meat, insect jelly. We already have our chem fuel. Don't move that over. There's some lizard skin. We got the go juice moved over there. We got that sniper rifle. That's not the one I want. We already have the sniper rifle queued up. Yeah, it's fine. And we're allied with another faction. Okay, so everyone's going to take a minute to switch out their armor. We just need to give him a minute to do that, and then we leave. And I'm going to fail the gargantuan construction one because I'm leaving it behind. Do not leave the ship. That's fine. We're just waiting to see everyone show up in at least vac suits or better. You still have food poisoning? Seriously, man. Here we good. Also toggle that back on. I say as I'm going to immediately toggle it back off. Alright, looks like we're all good to go. Everyone's just moving their spare clothes back onto the shelves, so we'll give them just a second to do that. And we are good. Also, disassemble these. You don't need to worry about that getting done right now, but that's fine. Alright, launch the ship. We're out of time. It's gotta go. Yeah, that's the Sanguiphage. Okay. So that's a quest objective. So we're gonna go here and do this thing, and I'll have to try and go and rush over to the quest objective. But first, the abandoned orbital platform. Because that'll give us another grav core. Those might actually work out well, because one of these two places I can get the grav core and expand the ship, and the other one I can use for power. Oh no, I lost a single standing for polluting the tile, and that's because the defoliator did a number. Okay. Yeah, and the reason I did that is this is my main defensive position, set towards the base. If things get to be a problem, I can cut through here and go out there. Enemies will have to go all the way out and around the whole thing to get there. Then I got the side door where, again, I could go through here, cut through there. Enemies then have to flip around here, so if they're melee, I can shoot them the whole time. So it's a pretty good spot. With that said, no delay. Grab weapon, go. Hold up, I'm lying, no grab weapon, go. Toggle those off. Toggle that off. Toggle this off. Toggle you off. Toggle you off. Toggle you off. See where that leaves us with our power. Toggle this off. That's 165 spare power. That would tell me that we are probably good to go. Alright, now go out. So I do have you over there. That's a bunch of security panels. Let's do the security panels first. So everyone here,
Now, Giga, you can run away. You'll be able to get away from the hunter drone easy enough. You still have food poisoning? I mean, you're recovering. Okay, so Moriarty. Just start hacking everything. I guess at this point I'll drag you all the way to the right so I don't have to like constantly fuss with this. I'll put that in the list of things for you to check out. So you two go like this. Grab everyone else. Okay, you disable the turret. There's a lot of turrets in there. Okay, you on it? You on it? Get to it. Report blows. Alright, get back in there. Okay, so that's a little bit of a concern. Do you cover the whole hallway? Yes, you do. Why are you not going? Okay, so I'm trying to take out these. Alright. So, with the shield belts, we can actually get away with just abusing these pretty bad. Walker, there you go, buddy. You get it on time? Yes, you did. Cool, so I got that one done. Get this one next. Because we take out all these sentry guns. Okay, so all of you can get out here now. You two retreat back for a second. All right. Okay, get this sentry drone. Yeah, so we're just systematically killing everything in here. Okay, go after that one. Oh, that one's disabled? Alright, never mind. Oop. That's enough firepower to potentially punch through our shields. Okay, same plan as last time. Drop way back here.
Bait them into chasing us, so that our ranged people can take care of them. Alright, and with that, get over here, get over there. That is a bold choice to cut through all those rooms. Alright, so we got a couple of scatter ones. We got some cryopods there. Okay, so back onto you two to clear out these halls. Are we on the Death Star? No, we're just on an abandoned platform. It is circular, though. Get out, Jaywalker. Okay. So you're my next target. Alright, grab this team. Alright, so Moriarty hacked those. You know, this is going to be potentially messy. All of you shoot that one. Two turrets reprogrammed. All right. That'll be a room we'll have to hack. Grab a ranged people. Okay, we got a turret here that we dealt with. Alright, Moriarty start hacking that. Okay, blast door got opened up there, that's fine. Okay, so with this, get all of our ranged people here. Dump them there. You're gonna peek that door, just make sure I'm not gonna get surprised from the side. Yep, that's just a kitchen. Okay. Okay, that one's disabled. Oh, we got another one of you running around out here. Okay. So yes, we're just kind of systematically going through looking for all the enemies. Okay, no problem. Back off here a little. Alright. Oh, there's another one. That is not what I was hoping to see. Okay, we got all that room cleared. So all of you, go ahead and run up here so you're ready to support, and then Moriarty, hack more of these things. Okay, so that's friendly. Okay, we need to hack that. Honestly, just wait on... Well, actually, no. If you hack this, and you go for that, and then Moriarty starts hacking all these, it'll be more likely to target the doors you don't have open yet. Cool. It disabled the turret that was in the middle of exploding. Okay, a lot of damage up, but the shield belts did hold. Pretty sure that one was done. Okay, blast door opened. And after that, I believe we'll have searched every... Well, actually, no, there's one spot right here that we haven't checked. It's gonna be just in our kitchen, though. Ooh, let's wait to pop open the malfunctioning drop pod. I remember that sometimes those can have not friendly things like mechs in them. And everyone's gonna get pissed off pretty soon. They've been running around for a while, so they're all probably starting to get properly hungry. I did not mean to cancel hacking. So you contain nothing, but you're a malfunctioning one, so you can have a lot of stuff in there. So let's run you all down here. I know, you're all getting hungry and angry. You're almost done. Sad wander, because you're hungry. Okay, that's fine. Cool. Everyone go out, do your thing. I need to deconstruct that, but we'll let everyone recover first. Okay. Minor bruise, tiny little nick, minor burn, minor burn. Alright, and let's see here. So, safes. Nope. Sealed containers. They're all up there. Component box here. Advanced component boxes. Like to see that. I see. No one's going to go ahead and treat the injured. That's fine. Circles in your RimWorld? Yep. Alright. I'm just gonna have you bashing that real fast to pop that open. And then with that, it's literally just mop up. Alright. We got our grav core panel and everything. Clear, and then human-like can go there. Is there anything else you want to grab here? You can deconstruct that, it might give me a component. Deconstruct those. You'll give me components. Already got those queued up to deconstruct. Deconstruct all the fire foam poppers. Alright. We just grab our goodies and get them off the platform. Will just be empty. Yeah, if I open this up, more than likely it'll just be a hollow opening into space. The problem is it's 7,500 health, so it's not like I walk up to it, give it a little love tap, and then it's just sorted. Unfortunately, it's very, very durable. There's a shuttle. Yep, I've already got set to deconstruct. It's a wrecked shuttle. We'll take it all apart, drag what we can back. And mostly here for the components. Like we're already grabbing all the gravlight panels and the grav core. Let's go ahead and tell you to go ahead and snag the grav core. That way if I get bullied away or anything, like a big raid rolls in, at least I got the one important thing. Everything else I can make myself if I have to. Ancient stockpile. Oh, hey, it's been a while since we've had one on the surface. Meanwhile, let's check on this. Yeah, so you're not in range. And we go for that, I won't be able to get more chem fuel, so we won't worry about the plasteel asteroid. Does that happen to be below us? Oh, that's perfect. I could drop down right on top of the ancient stockpile. We could use that to, like, refuel ourselves, get ourselves more grav core and gravlight panels. Alright, there's an eclipse, that's fine, I don't use solar. 2 more days, we can start trying to get that blood clotting. Honestly, pretty soon we're going to have a surplus of the Gravlite panels that I'm not really going to know what to do with. Just checking 1 or 2 things real fast. Okay. Yeah, as a reminder, tomorrow we're going to be doing Project Zomboid. And I did see people bring up the idea about doing a community server. Let me see what's going on with a bunch of the art creators I have kind of in my circle. And the only reason... Oh, hey, actually. And the only reason I bring that up is I could see them potentially doing a... You know, like a server that's going to be just around the idea of, just creators on it. I could see them doing community server. If it ends up being like a community server thing, I'd be welcoming to join, you know, have other people pop in. As far as me hosting a community server, let me see what I think when I do a little bit of solo. If I do a little bit of solo and I'm like, okay, cool, I think this is a patch I want to play a lot of, then maybe we boot up a, you know, community server and let people get involved. But I'll kind of play that by ear. Yeah, that way I don't have to do anything dragging back and forth. So one thing to grab the Gravlite panels real quick. I don't know why you're... Like, literally one person could have carried almost all of those. We got the grab core already? Yes, we do. I don't need to run those back and forth. It's fine. Shuttle has arrived. Alright. Hey, Luxray. Carry that person out to the shuttle. Get him off my ship. And now with that, that is no longer a prison. Okay, so we've got that. You're grabbing a bunch of these random bits and pieces that are everywhere. Okay, so set to load. Alright. I already have one shuttle engine. We're going to get another one here in a second. Toss the random bits of that. Toss the drugs. Toss the drugs. We're honestly at the point I probably could send a bunch of Gravlite panels. I'm not going to. I'll wait till we're, like, properly decked out. Take all these guns we're not going to be using. Oh, interesting. I'll just load it up with as much of that as we can. There's a transport pod here that's just not even being used, so just chuck everything we don't want on it. Oh, I don't want that penioxylin out there. Keep that on the ship. Alright, so Braxy, you have a good one. Thank you again for tuning in, all the stuff. Yeah, so we're just doing this as a way of getting rid of some stuff from our inventory and cashing in some quick reputation. I'll latch those open, latch these open. Breakup. Marguerite and Moriarty say it's not working out and they're no longer in a relationship. What is with this colony and people getting into relationships and then breaking up again? Alright, so let's check who's upset with who. You've been broken up. And you're fine with it. So you're gonna try and console them. I'm sure that'll go well. Where you broke up with them and then you told them to get over it. They do seem to be over it, so that worked out. Yeah, the wall-mounted power things. I remember that was the whole thing, but you can't remove them. But yeah, that is actually a pretty fun thing. Is you can actually connect yourself to that power grid, and it's ridiculous. All right, launch. And you're the only one in range to give stuff, so literal junk raining from the sky. Congratulations. And I don't believe there's anything else we want. That's all painted. Don't... Okay. We have the penny-oxyl in there. But please haul that back into the ship. And then we get out of here. Alright. So we don't want to stay too long. Are you just grabbing random bits of steel? Yeah, don't worry about that. Okay. And the reason we don't want to stay in very long is we do have that platform we can go to. We're not going to be able to do that immediately, but we're going to drop down here to this ancient stockpile. Because that can give us another grav core and more gravlite panels. So the ship is growing aggressively right now. More than likely, it might be hard for us to actually get the one up here. There's not really any ground there. I'm going to have to go way down there. I do have 45 days, though, which is a decent amount of time. As long as I don't really overextend my stay, that'll be good. So we get Ancient Stockpile. Yeah, so they're all in the bottom part of the map. Honestly, none of these are particularly easy to get at. Let's make sure it's nice and centered. Let's not worry about what's the best position for that. Versus we are going to be expanding this. The ancient stockpiles are also all right on the edge of the map, which I don't love at all. We also have insects between me and pretty much every single one of the ancient stockpiles, which also doesn't excite me. So, schedule, everyone stay safe for just a minute. Assign, you are switching over to the melee setup, and you're setting up to the normal setup. Go swap out your armor and everything. We'll set all of these to be hacked. So it looks like we got bugs here, here, and down there. And like I said, these bugs, you're going to absolutely path through there trying to do that. So we want to get rid of those. I will wipe them all out. Shouldn't be a problem. I'm just going to give my people a chance to switch out of their spacesuits into their actual armor. And then we're going to go eradicating all the bugs real fast. And then we'll let people out to do whatever. In the meantime, Shambler's approach. Don't love it. That's potatoes.
Oh, you said Shambler's approach, man. I didn't realize you're sending biblical levels of them. Alright, maybe we're staying in our ship a little longer. Because that is a ton of Shamblers. Okay, so while they're finding their way down here... Give me the average weight of the Shambler, that's actually like 10 tons. It's a lot of Shamblers. And I know the Shamblers might actually fight with these, but I want it to be that the moment the Shamblers are clear, we can just cut everyone loose and let them get to work. Alright. And all the insects are sorted. That is so many Shamblers. But I might actually get away with. Danger zone for right now. Put that in there. Schedule danger zone. So I can let them work on that for a minute. So that'd be potatoes. I don't think we'll worry about it. Well, I mean... But the way they're pathing right now... You got silver ore. You got plasteel. Good on steel. Yeah, so it looks like they're just going along that edge of the map. So let our people stay on this side,
And then when they're done, we can just let them out. Meanwhile, let's look to see if there's an ancient danger of any kind around here. There very well could be, but most likely they'll be like buried in the side of the mountain or whatever. We're looking for undamaged wall sections. That don't have a door. Yeah, if there's one, I don't see it. And we can certainly win the fight with that, but I doubt we can do it without sustaining a decent number of injuries, which isn't the end of the world within itself, but getting those injuries would mean, like, a better chance of getting, like, a metal horror or whatever. Is that one down south? That's limestone, just limestone, not wall. That's just a wreck. Yeah, I don't see anyone. There's a couple different areas where we got like bits of wreck and all that. These should probably be getting ready to... Oh no, I still got plenty of time left on them. Straight down from the ship. So there's none here. And I don't see any actual walls here. As you look at that, that's just limestone. That's just slate. So I don't see any. Yep, no, you're all good. It can be a hard time sometimes to tell, like, wall from constructed wall, even without, like, going through compression of stream and all these other issues that do make it harder to tell. Please stop fighting. Oh, toggle that's power, toggle this is power. Toggle that's power. Turn that on. Turn this on. Turn that on. Psychic Soothe. You're still chilling over there. Alright, insert. We want Annabelle to hop in here. And what we want to happen, and there's not many genes to pop in here, we want the super clotting. That's the dream. Now, it's okay if it's combined with any of the other ones we want, like, all three of these would be perfectly good to go together. I wouldn't complain about Dead Calm. The UV intensity, I could go either way with. Those two I don't care about, this I don't want. So most of the stuff she has, I would like. So hopefully we get at least some combination. Yeah, there's a decent amount of plasteel up in that area. Yeah, so more likely to leaving the top of the map. So as long as we stay on this side, we're fine. In the meantime, we can go over here to structure. Forgot, I can't put down more until we put another extender. Alright, let's go ahead and tell him to put down a graph field extender. I don't know where we're going to actually put this. I'm just going to shove it there for it to be somewhere. But then I would like to put another one of the power things over there when we get the next grav core out of this place. Genuinely, it'd probably be good to tuck it up, you know, maybe around here. Like, put it in the wall, but not one tile in the wall, so, because this is the defensive position, these walls are going to get broken. So we don't want it to be in there where it could be collateral damage. Oh, turn that on as well. And then turn this on. Come on, blood clotting plus any combination of something I want. Mostly I want it to be blood clotting, but not have either the psychic thing or the robust. Any other combination's fine. And we got stuff I absolutely don't want. Size sensitive and indoor dweller. Cool. Okay, and they'll be out of here soon. The only thing I have to gain from this is potentially a shard and maybe bioferrite. We don't have much use for either of those right now, so fighting that doesn't mean anything. Like, if they were in the way down here, like they're cutting across this way, I probably would have engaged them. Because I could probably use this door as a bottleneck, or that door. Probably this door as the bottleneck. But in this case, I could just kind of ignore them. Okay. So let's go here. What I probably want to do is I actually want to move this up here somewhere. So let's start getting that path going. For the time... Man, I didn't realize how little of the way I've gone over here. Trying to think of where I want to do, because we could add more bedrooms for more people. Obviously, we can't go farther that way. We could actually make a... We could honestly go and make ourselves a proper break room, and where we have this kind of jam-packed in here right now. I could make this into our ideology room, and then make ourselves like a proper break room up here. Because then I could add a door over here. Well, actually, no, wait, our break room already has, like, really high stats. Am I just making more bedrooms? So that we can add a couple extra colonists? Because right now our colonists are super juiced. If we bring in anyone new, they are going to be fresh and not able to really contribute on the same level. Not that it's not worth considering bringing more people in. But we're honestly in really good shape. A hospitality for aristocrats. Nope. Nah, it's fine. Get out of here. They definitely make a place for some mortars over here. We also just extend our storage room. So we already have a hospital. We already have a biotech area. Yeah, let's extend our storage room. And we can also extend our defensive position. Yeah, so I can tuck the extender in the wall up here. Okay, they're almost all out of here. Alright. Storage will stop helping them. Well, what's gonna happen is we're always gonna throw stuff out. It's just how much stuff I have on board, because I will the amount of storage I have is the amount of storage I will build up to using. That said, being able to store a lot more food is good, because when it comes to the Odyssey finale, that is just kind of one of the things, is you need to be able to carry a very large amount of supplies, because once you start the finale, you're kind of just up there waiting for it. Okay, schedule, unrestricted, that's fine. We got one of these hacked open. Second one hacked open. All right. Oh, right, the hydroponics room. Yeah, that's one thing we should do with some of these tiles we got, is I should make a hydroponics room. That can honestly go right over here. Now, the big question with the hydroponics room is, do I actually set it up where it can have the sunlight with us, or just hydroponics in general, and then just in space we just don't worry about it? Alright, so let's scoot you down here. Actually, I take that back. Expand you way up here, and over there, then shrink you from this side. Because if we were to use the light... Starvation? Just go eat, man. I appreciate the commitment to the task, but just go eat. You don't need to literally stand there until you are starving. I didn't tell you to do that by force. Yep, you're just gonna get angrier and angrier. That's fine. You can finish that up. It's okay. It consumes quite a bit considering all the fun things you have on the ship. Yeah. Alright, so let's go here. Orders. Deconstruct that. So grab this extender. And move that up here. Area revealed. Okay, that's fine. Okay, and then seal that in the wall. They're drop potting in right into our storage room. These ones have to go. If they destroy that, we lose the ship. On it. And on it. Okay, you get in this one, you get in that one. Okay. Yeah, no, I saw that they were hitting the engines. The engines I could replace easier than, like, the big thing was that this got destroyed, that would be it. The ship would be lost. Because I'd have to stay... Well, actually... Yeah, no, the ship would be lost because eventually they would show up to claim it, and you're just a dirt mole? Okay. So for right now, zones... Clear, human-like. Here's the baseliner. So we did wipe them all out. Why did my power go offline, though? Oh, solar flare, that's fine. I forgot that was going on. I was like, wait a second. Okay. Yeah, so the good news, they only really destroyed 2 doors and 2 shelves. It'll take us a minute to clean up the mess, but that's fine. Oh, and they destroyed that, which again... All the stuff they... Don't do that. Okay, zone, home zone. Yeah, no, definitely things went really well there. Okay. Danger, nearby safe, area 1, indoors. Bring that in here. Alright. So there's our defensive position. Endure mad about sunlight's sensitivity, unsettling conversations, and a bunch of other nonsense. Are you... That's fine. Cool. So we're just trying to get everything out of here real fast. I wonder if the old bait trade beacon platform stretching away from the ship still works to bait drop pod raids. I believe so. I want to say it's not, they don't always go for it, which is part of the key where it can't be reliable, but they go for it a lot of the time. Okay, at least they used to. Okay, so let's look here. We got robust, fast, awful artist, strong, great melee, very happy, psychically deaf, dead, calm, psi, enhanced, indoor, get rid of it. Here's your go juice. And you already can't afford it, so that's fine. Say we got a good statue of Rongor. We got a good statue or normal statue of Tech. Alright, though. With that said, though, chat, it is getting to be about time that I need to be wrapping up for tonight. But I do hope everyone's enjoyed the content. If you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop a follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. But as a reminder, tomorrow we're going to be checking out the new update for Project Zomboid Build 42.2. This run we are going to continue. But it's going to be one of these things that for a little while we'll probably be hopping back and forth between RimWorld and Project Zomboid, you know, checking out the new updates, circling back to this. We've had really good progress today. We've gotten, what was it, two more of the grav cores. We've massively expanded our ship, added like all this area, expanded that, built this up here. We've expanded this, twice. I think we got the... Yeah, I think we got the engines on the last time, but we had our second fuel tank on this time. So all in all, the ship has grown a lot. And then on top of that, we've added the grav core power on here as well. We have time to put that there preemptively for when we grab our next grav core. So we're making really, really good progress. Honestly, we're at the point now, if I took the time to build up a full stockpile of food, we probably could do the Odyssey ending just about any time. The big question would be the waves of stuff attacking us. If we got unlucky and got something like War Queens or something like that, which is honestly not unlikely, that could get messy. But even then, I feel like we'd be able to handle it all right. So with that said, though, if you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be dropping because I don't have a host ready over there. But thank you so much for tuning in over on the YouTube side. And for those over here on Twitch, don't forget to follow if you're not already following the channel. But I'm going to go ahead and